Good morning, everybody. Welcome. If you are looking for the monthly meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council, you are in the right place. And we have just opened our virtual room. We'll give people a couple of minutes to join us, and then we'll get going on today's agenda. So thanks for being here. And we'll be starting the Oregon Housing Stability Council meeting in just another minute or two. Thanks for sticking with us. Okay, let's get things underway. Good morning and welcome. It is June 7th, 2024. This is the meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council. I'm Claire Hall, Chair. And as always, the first item of business is a roll call of council members present.
Thank you, Chair Hall. For the record, Councilmember DeFontorum and Councilmember Rogers have been excused from today's meeting. Councilmember Farrell. Chair Hall.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Mena.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Good morning, here.
Councilmember Meehan.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
And thank you, Chair Hall. We do have quorum today.
Wonderful. So next item on the agenda is the chair's report. And this is June. It's the month of Juneteenth. And I'd like to take just a moment to offer a few quick reflections. One of the defining moments in our history, Juneteenth reminds us of the ongoing fight and our personal responsibility, you, me, all of us, in pursuit of freedom, justice, and equity. Juneteenth, or Freedom Day, is a poignant reminder of how justice often is delayed and how freedom and equality do not always coexist. One could say that freedom has taken place in installments over many years and through the blood, sweat, tears of many people over many decades. Juneteenth is worthy of all people to celebrate because, although June 19th marks a significant point for Black people, it also marks broader independence that unites us. And independent of race, gender, or national origin, this marks a day to consider the broader calling in of our collective freedom. Well, we at the council or at OHCS as one department cannot tackle these entrenched ways of being alone. We do hold pride in the power we have to be accountable toward real progress that advances racial justice. I am grateful for the council for our work in pushing and advising the agency. As I reflect just on the last year, I've observed how this agency has grown in its practical application of centering race, learning about the way and applying those learnings. It's also demonstrated how, even as a single government agency, racial justice can be advanced. As the chair, we owe it to the people we serve to do well with the promise of justice and liberty for all. Director Bell, your report?
Good morning, council members and Chair Hall. I certainly appreciate those remarks and celebration of not only just us being together today, and certainly is the month of Juneteenth. So I appreciate that. Happy Friday. It's good to see all the council members. I have a few things at the top to mention. So the first is a few operational updates. The first is I want to just make sure that the council is aware that we recently announced the good work and progress happening across rural communities, particularly on progress related to shelter and rehousing goals. And that was celebrated through and also shared through the launch of a new dashboard. Within that dashboard, there's a number of details that are offered about the pursuit of progress, but also the progress that has been made thus far. But one of the data points that you'll see in there is around the addition of over 200 new shelter beds, which is more than doubling the goal that was set through the emergency homelessness response effort. So one, I want to just acknowledge and lift up the good and effective work that is happening across those rural communities. Certainly the state had an important role in facilitating the circumstances for progress, but really that lift was done because of the hard work in community. And so I want to just acknowledge all of the folks that made that possible and continue to make that work possible. We'll continue, of course, to keep the council apprised of all of the work that's happening and the learnings that are happening. But that's significant progress, and I want to make sure that we lift that up and lift up their work, but then also just the importance that we are, from an operational perspective, are wanting to continue to make sure that we are offering just members of the public that are interested in tracking this work, knowing that it's a matter of care and concern from so many people across the state, wanting to make sure that we are also offering folks consumable information on the progress as well. And so that the dashboard is one of the ways that we're continuing to do that. So I wanted to start by naming that. The two other things are more sort of internal operational things as part of our ongoing work and the important conversations we've been having as a council pertaining to not only just what we're implementing, but also how we are implementing it. And then what does that mean in the context of how the agency is having to sort of restructure, reorganize the way that we do business in order to carry the effective work that is in front of us. So going back to a few months ago, and I remember particularly Councilmember Mena asked a question, although I think it was a topic of shared interest around from 23-25 session, we have 30 plus things that we will be implementing across the biennium. From the 24 short session, we have a number of additional things, new investments that we will be implementing as well. So cumulatively, we've got nearly 40 or nearly over 40 plus things that we will be implementing across the biennium. So certainly no shortage of really critical, important work, given that it is important, and housing is a matter that is affecting and impacting all of us and all the folks that we serve. But one of the things that we haven't talked enough about, and I want to make sure that we continue to bring it to the forefront with council, is around the operational work that is happening to prepare for all of those things, and how our operations are needing to continue to mature and mature in a way that offers greater foresight, not only to the council, but to partners and to the public about the work that's coming. And so we offered council members an update. You may remember that some months ago, we posted a comprehensive blueprint plan, and that blueprint was really focused on implementation and a cumulative look at investments from the legislature. And we created and released, aligned with our culture of accountability and feedback, wanting to make sure that we are clearly offering a course of action that folks can see and have sight to regarding implementation milestones. And in that, we shared and offered a pretty detailed plan pertaining to just the pipeline of work. And within those pipeline of work, it offers some of the more nitty-gritty details that don't always feel the most exciting. So things like, well, we think that they're exciting, but they are critical parts in the process. So things like procurement, administrative rulemaking, bringing things to Housing Stability Council for engagement, engaging with the governor's office, some of those critical things that are required for anything that gets implemented. So when there is a piece of legislation that is passed, when the department receives a new investment, it doesn't just go from that being codified to the resources out the door. There are a number of really important steps that happen in between that. And so we want to give greater visibility to that one, so that people can have an understanding of what goes into a timeline. And particularly if somebody says or believes, or has just curiosity, it needs to move quicker, and everything needs to move quicker. And what we can do is offer greater transparency into how we're coming up with those timelines, and then also make sure that people can see where we're at along that. But also within that blueprint, it offers some really detailed way around the standards of excellence that we have set internal to the agency. So this isn't being prompted elsewhere. This was something on our own accord, to make sure that there are operational standards of excellence that are consistent with many of the values, not only of this agency, but things that we've often discussed here. So when we talk about race equity, this is important in terms of, yes, continuing to do conscious building work, but then we need to be applying that, and we don't have to wait for perfection to do it. So ensuring that we are building in continuity in those timelines to ensure that we are applying equity and racial justice, particularly through the racial equity assessment tool, community engagement. This is part of our work around real power sharing. So over the last year or so, there has been increased community engagement, and this is part of our work to really sort of begin to shift some of the upstream power sharing that takes place. But communications, IT, research, accounting, all of those things. So we've provided the council with an update to that pipeline, an update to where we are at in the implementation status. So what I would ultimately yield to the council, but what I would propose is, as part of that update, that we can bring that back in a future meeting, ideally in July, to have a more concerted conversation about that update and the information that we've shared with the council. We don't want to provide you with a whole bunch of written text and then never have a conversation about it. So this is our effort to ensure that the work that we're bringing to the council is reflective of being able to do multiple things at once, which is move things forward, get votes passed, and then also make sure that we are in a planning stage together, and so that the council can also have access and visibility to the many things that the agency is up to. So that was a secondary update that I want to provide to the council. The third, which is also another operational update. So Chair Hall mentioned at the top, and I won't attempt to repeat your words verbatim, Chair Hall, but as part of our ongoing work around truly centering race as a government agency, one of the things that we want to get in a better and more consistent practice in is bringing matters to the council, particularly those things of learning. So yes, around the areas that are exciting around progress, and what part of what we see is also equally as crucial to insisting that there is a more just future, is also bringing the things that we've tried and that we're seeing things that need to shift in that. And so one of the things recently that I want to signal for council, and would also ultimately yield but propose that we can bring back for a more concerted conversation at next month's meeting, is specific to an area of feedback that we recently got on the home ownership side. So just to maybe distill this down, as this council is aware, the home ownership team has done some good work in updating how they bring projects to this council in a way that allows the council to see some of the key characteristics of projects that are coming, and much of that was generated from the council feedback. And within that distilled information that the council receives, it offers insight into the partnerships associated with each of the projects. And recently, one of the areas of feedback that we got, and it's ongoing conversation that we're having with some of our partners, which is, how does the department validate those partnerships, particularly and expressly when they are partnered with culturally specific agencies. So when they are partnering with Indigenous or Black and Brown-led agencies, what is the process and rigor that the department goes through to not only understand the partnership and understand roles and responsibilities on paper, but recognizing that once we vote, the development goes forward, and then ultimately it's a living, breathing thing in community, and people are doing the work to tend to it in community. So what are the roles in practice beyond the written word? And so one of the areas that we got feedback on and to dig into more deeply, and again, we'll have more concerted conversation next month, was areas where the department can do more to assess greater rigor around those partnerships. We know that everybody is showing up with good intent, and this work can move very quickly. There is a lot of just paperwork and stuff that goes into our applications, what we ask for, and we want to make sure that we can continue to not layer on unnecessary stuff in that process. Part of our job is to try to make things as smooth as and efficient in that. And we want to make sure that the processes that we put forth are of integrity as well. And so that we are understanding when someone cites partnership, that each partner understands and is in alignment with how that partnership is characterized. And so what I want to signal for the council is we have been, over the last couple of weeks, we and Director Giscombe and team have been in conversations with some of our culturally specific partners to understand what they are seeing, not in terms of, yes, opportunities, but what are they seeing as deficits, so that we can talk about it. I think a big piece of our work is to do difficult things. We need to be able to talk about difficult things, and it doesn't mean that the sky falls. It means that we are in a culture of accountability and feedback. And so my hope for us is that we can bring this conversation to council so that we as a collective can also be engaged in that learning and get our practice, even that practice muscle, even more built up around, here is where intent is good, and this is never a question of intent, but where do things in practice, where can we continue to make sure that our policy, program decisions, and rigor that is set is also upholding the integrity and understanding the nature of those partnerships in a way that is accurate as well. And so at the end of the day, this is also just a reminder that policies that are set, programmatic decisions that are made and implemented, they are not mountains, rivers, and lakes. They are not divinely ordained, which means they are decisions, and we can continue to make better decisions. And so in that vein of work, particularly around centering racial justice, as we are internally learning more and applying more, we want to bring those things to the council so that we can be in collective learning as well. So I wanted to signal that specifically on the homeownership side, and also just give an acknowledgement and gratitude for the partnerships the partners that spoke up and gave feedback. We had some really amazing generative conversations with partners, and for the partners that know who they are, just so appreciative to that, because I think it also shows that there is an open door for feedback, and that we can continue to grow and apply from that. So much appreciation for that. And then if the council would have us next month, we would bring greater explicitness around that feedback, both what we've learned, what we've reflected, and then also bring some initial thinking about what we are considering to apply for that greater rigor based on some community feedback. So if there's any questions on any of that now, I'm happy to take that and hear that, but also wanted to just preview some things that we're hoping to bring at next month's meeting. I will yield back to you, Chair Hall.
My apologies, missed the unmute button. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall, and thank you, Director Bell. I couldn't appreciate more both the content and the feeling behind the information that you just said. And so I also want to say that, so I'm really looking forward to next month. And I also want to say there's work for us to do as the council And, so if the community partners and the developers have work to do and staff have work to do, there's also work for us to do as the council. And I want us to be absolutely part of the conversation, and also taking responsibility and accountability for the things that are ours to share in this dynamic. It's not one part of the system that's solely responsible, and when it doesn't work, they're bad and everyone else, articulates how bad things were. This is about all of us. And we have for many years had this conversation about what does it mean for a mainstream developer to be in a relationship or a partnership with a culturally specific community-based organization often. And while I think people have now gotten the message that we look for that and we want that, we still haven't taken that next step that says, what does that mean? Is it simply we've talked, we have relationship, or as we've talked, and I reference your comments about structural, are we actually moving access to resources into the hands of these culturally specific community-based organizations in compensation for the wisdom, the advice, the knowing of their own communities that they bring to these projects that make them much more rich and much more responsive and appropriate. And so I think this conversation of not just how do we figure it out on the individual basis, the individual project, but also what's the expectation of the system and for system resources to be more broadly accessible. Those are the kinds of conversations I think the council has to have some wrestling with, because all of that comes with impact. All of that comes with resources that need to be dedicated. And so I just want to appreciate your comments, appreciate the approach, and also say council's got skin in this game as well, and we need to get in there and play our part. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the council right now? Then we will continue with our presentation from the Homeownership Division, which will begin with a public hearing, or will include a public hearing. Correct?
Correct. Chair
Director?
Hall, we have one person that is signed up to give public testimony regarding the home ownership development project approval.
Okay,
And that person is Lisa Rogers. One moment, Lisa, while I try to find you on the list. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, I'm apologize because I think that maybe I should have been doing this a little bit later in the agenda, but my name is Lisa Rogers. I'm with CASA of Oregon, and I just really wanted to thank OHCS and in particular Britt McLean for putting together the price application. As you may all know, we do try to preserve manufactured home parks as resident owned. And this money will go far in terms of continuing that work, as well as for doing some of the infrastructure work in the existing co-ops. They have residents that are very low income, and the relief that they have when their park is preserved is amazing. And then democratically controlled ownership is just wonderful. So all I wanted to do was thank all of you for all of your hard work. I know it was a lot of work on Britt's part, and I just wanted to say I appreciate it. So thank you very much.
thank you.
If there's anyone else that is not signed up for public testimony regarding this subject, you can use the raise hand function to be heard. Okay, no further testimony is needed.
So we can close the public hearing portion of the agenda item now
Correct.
and move on to the staff presentation. Director Giscombe, I believe.
Thank you all. Good morning. My name is Kiba Giscombe, Director of Home Ownership. My pronouns are he, him, and his. And I'd like to give a quick update that we're bringing the second part of our presentation that we did last month about some of our projects. I'm excited to have Ms. Jessica McKinnon to talk about the projects that we currently have for you guys' approval. Thank you all.
Thank you, Keeble. One moment and I'll share my screen. All right. Well, good morning and thank you for having me here today. I'm Jessica McKinnon. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Senior Homeownership Development Program Analyst here at OHCS. Today, I'm bringing a few more recommendations for our LIFT NOFA. Before I dive into the projects, though, I wanted to acknowledge the great conversation at last month's meeting and at this one so far surrounding the role that equity takes in our NOFA. While our primary goal as the homeownership team is to increase the availability of affordable homes, we want to do this in an equitable way. So this chart shows data from the latest 5-year American Community Survey showing the disparity between homeownership rates among Oregonians of different racial and ethnic backgrounds. And of course, there are other populations underrepresented as homeowners as well, like survivors of domestic violence, persons with a disability, service and agricultural workers, LGBT, and more. So as we work to inform policy, develop programs, and build homes, we aim to serve these underserved communities. To do this, we aim to partner with developers with similar goals, with solid ideas, policies, and processes, and with demonstrated histories of serving their communities. We don't want to just provide homeownership opportunities. We want to provide safe, healthy, quality homes that families can live in long term. And this year, we chose to make equity and community engagement its own scoring category that applicants must meet minimum standards to receive funding. The equity part of the application was probably the most substantial, and it was certainly the one that took me the longest to score and spurred the most conversation between our scorers. The application asked questions about equity work at every stage of the development process, starting from the organization itself. We asked for their board and staff composition and compared it to county demographics to ensure that their organization did represent the community they were serving. We also asked them to share a recent EDI policy and explain how they were evaluating its success. Outside of their own organization, we wanted to make sure they had done the work to identify who they wanted to serve. This was not tied to BIPOC households only and could have included other underserved populations, but most of our applicants focused on either BIPOC households in general or one specific race or ethnicity. We also asked for their demographics on households served to date, and we awarded equity points if they're committed, or if they committed to setting aside at least 20% of their homes for under 60% AMI. We also wanted to determine if their target population was included in the design phase of this project. Here we asked a narrative question about what kind of engagement was done during the design phase and how the feedback was implemented in their project. An additional point was given if they paid their community members for their time. During construction, we looked for equity work in the hiring of their contractors and subcontractors. While we couldn't score them based on actual numbers, we did ask them to explain their outreach process to MWESB qualifying firms. Here we scored whether they had a solid outreach process and awarded an extra point if there was additional culturally responsive efforts. Moving on to the actual sale of the homes, we again asked them to tell us about their outreach and marketing processes. We looked for explanations with an eye toward their target communities, including local outreach and partnerships, and gave additional credit to partners who could explain specific culturally relevant processes in their outreach. We received a fairly broad range of responses here, from publishing ads on Spanish radio stations to holding only Spanish information sessions for the first several weeks of opening. In addition to outreach processes, we did ask them to explain their selection processes and ensure that it complied with fair housing laws. Finally, we evaluated applicants' support to home buyers. Many buyers of LIFT-funded homes are first-generation home buyers with little to no experience in purchasing and owning a home, and CLT properties are complicated. We ensured that applicants identified safe and competitive mortgage products for their buyers. We also asked what kind of education they provided about the CLT model and ground lease specifically. And this one was interesting. A lot of partners have adopted a model where they'll provide a pro bono attorney to explain the ground lease and the other legal documents, and they'll answer any questions as part of the home buyer education process. Additionally, partners had to identify ways in which they'll continue to support their homeowners to stay in their homes long term. And this scoring threshold that we selected for this section aims to ensure that either significant equity work is being done in some of these areas or some equity work is being done in all of these areas. Okay, so with 12 applications through the process now, I did want to share some of our lessons and challenges. So the first and most important lesson is that all of our partners have some eye to equity in their work. And it's really been a privilege for me to read and see all of the great work that our partners are doing. We've not denied any applications on the basis of equity, but we have had to go back in a few cases and request more information. Our ability to reach out and follow up with applicants has, it's really been a strength of this NOFA. And in every case for the equity criteria, we've only needed to reach out if we didn't understand what an answer was stating, or if an expected scoring item was kind of missing in one of their responses. We also learned that equity work looks very different across organizations with varying capacities. Our larger partners are participating in multiple initiatives, may have full teams devoted to outreach and an impressive portfolio of equity work. Our smaller partners may not have the capacity to do that, but they are engaging in equity work in other ways. An example from the applications I reviewed is that one of our larger partners hired a consultant to write a full EDI policy handbook and received grants to start implementing that in their work. Excuse me. Another very small partner is paying for their one employee to get a certification in equity and racial justice and implement what they learned in the organization. I think both of these are hugely impressive commitments, even though the scale is so different. This also became one of our challenges, though. We've identified that we didn't have a great way to account for how different equity work can be depending on the organization. We are looking into ways we can adapt this for our next NOFA, like bringing back some limited scaled scoring and including consideration of the partner's size and location in that scoring criteria. Andrea did a great job of summarizing one of our other challenges. One smaller challenge as a part of that is that in our slides to you, we do include that section on equity highlights of each project, which pulls a few pieces from their very lengthy application. We realize that our summaries don't always reflect what's most important to the organization. So starting with the new applications in this presentation, we're instead asking our partners to give us the equity highlights or otherwise clearing them with them first. So moving on to the actual request, here's our NOFA pipeline. You can see the 10 awards issued last month, and we have 2.5 recommendations for you today. If you approve our recommendations, we'll have about 14 million left we'll have about 14 million lift remaining and close to 630,000 lift supplemental. As of this month, the set-asides have closed and all funding is grouped together, which is why you see that merger towards the bottom. We did receive 2 applications that we'll be bringing to you in August. If these applications are approved as submitted, we'll have expended all of the lift supplemental funding and we'll have about 10 million lift remaining. We are still open for applications until September 2nd for any of those pre-applicants here who may be interested in applying. Our first application is Abbey Lot Townhomes. This is a development in the Albina neighborhood in Portland, replacing a parking lot with 8 townhomes. Self-Enhancement Inc. is a culturally specific organization, and they're the primary applicant leading this project with Community Development Partners as their development partner. They'll also be partnering with Proud Ground to provide the CLT. The units are 1,275 square feet, 3-bed, 2.5 bath, and will cost a little over $800,000 to build. This is high, but it's mostly influenced by the cost of purchasing the land, and this is being covered by other funding sources. They'll still sell the homes for about $280,000 each. We're recommending funding this project for $1,398,127 lift and $201,837 lift supplemental. This project is part of a larger effort by SEI to reconnect historically displaced African-American households to the Albina community. These are quality, energy-efficient homes with heat pumps, and all homebuyers will gain access to SEI's suite of supportive services, offered to their communities. This development in the Greater Albina project received some of our pre-development and capacity building funding last year to do an equity-focused project identifying homes, ownership types, and other details that would be most supportive and appropriate to African-American households. And that work is still underway, but it is being used in the development of this project. So it's really exciting to see our funding sources work together in this way. The second new project is Woodhaven Community Housing by Thistle and Nest. This is the third phase of a much larger mixed income development that will include 125 affordable homes. We funded the first two affordable phases so far. The first phase is due to be complete in December, and construction is ongoing in phase 2. So we agree that this is the right time to fund phase 3. This phase will include 38 new townhomes up to 1,560 square feet, 2 to 3 bed, 2.5 to 3.5 bath. Thistle and Nest uses best practice cost reduction methods such as economies of scale. So costs are fairly low at about $480,000 per unit, and they'll sell for a little over $300,000 per unit. I do want to clarify here that we ask that they provide us the final funding balance that they will receive after a buyer uses all resources available to them. And Thistle and Nest has been awarded a substantial down payment assistance offering for their buyers. We are recommending awarding this project $5 million lift. This development is Earth Advantage Platinum certified and will heat and cool through heat pumps. Homes will also have private fenced backyards. Thistle and Nest provides a long list of partners in the local and development community that will support outreach. Their other Woodhaven projects have 70% MWESB qualified subcontractors, and they have Spanish support in both materials and staff. We're also bringing Timber Cottages back today due to a mistake that we made in our request last month. This project was eligible for LIFT supplemental funding through the equity criteria, but we missed their request on that. There are no changes to this project that we brought to you last month, except the addition of $800,000 LIFT supplemental. And rather than talk through everything here again a second time, I wanted to just mention a couple other equity items that Bend Redmond Habitat is doing. In 2022, they held listening sessions on barriers to homeownership with culturally specific organizations, including one in Spanish. And they've been implementing the feedback, including replacing stock photos with real Central Oregon homeowners, creating a year-long credit building program, and launching an IDA program. They're now creating a cultural compact and equity committee to help continue and improve their equity work. And I'd like to say, I'd like to thank you all for hearing my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions at council? Any kind of questions or feedback? Well, hearing none, I guess I would entertain a motion for approval, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second, and could we call the roll now, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. And for the record, Councilmember Farrell has joined us.
Yes, I am here.
Councilmember Farrell.
Oh, am I the first one?
Yep.
Approved, and I am here.
Thank
For the
you.
record.
Chair Hall.
Approved.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Meehan.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, good job, everybody. And I believe now it's on to the Affordable Rental Housing Division, and we'll open things up with another public hearing, I believe. Oh,
Chair
Councilmember
Hall,
Lee, I'm sorry.
Before we
Yes,
move,
go ahead.
in that, I wanted to offer 2 comments in terms of the larger presentation that we just heard. First of all, as we're gearing up to look at next biennium budget and do some assessing around this, I really would be interested to hear from the division what the strategy is to address and hopefully reduce the disparities that we were shown in the beginning in terms of home ownership and racial justice, right? So we were doing a lot of work right now for individual properties, individual projects, and that's great. We need to keep it on. There's a lot of good work there. However, we're in this moment where we're looking at the next 2 years. And I think it would be very helpful for us as the council to hear what the strategic approach over the next 2 years to the overall racial disparity in home ownership that's going to be used, applying the resources and the agenda that we have in this division, in addition to what are we doing on individual projects in individual places. And I also want to just caution us about this comment of objectivity. I don't think there is real objectivity. And I think when people are saying there is objectivity, we have to question from whose perspective and what objectivity are we actually concerning ourselves with, because we live in a majority culture environment that puts us in certain positions and then espouses objectivity from that already flawed and biased overall culture. So I want to say, I don't believe that there is actually objectivity. I think the better thing to do is to say, here's our perspective, be overt about it, and say that's where we're coming from as we think about scoring criteria. So again, nothing to do with these 3 projects, but in overall, I'd love to hear some response back from staff as we continue through to our next year's biennium work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Now let's roll into affordable rental housing and our public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Hall. The floor is now open for public hearing comments regarding the transaction of Ollie Court. No one has pre-signed up, so if you are in attendance and you would like to give public hearing testimony regarding this transaction, please use the raise hand function now.
Okay, it looks like we're not seeing any raised hands.
Correct.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing and turn it over to our team for the transactions we'll be considering today.
Great, thank you, Chair Hall, Director Bell, Housing Stability Council. This is, for the record, Natasha Detweiler-Davy, Director of Affordable Rental Housing here at OHCS. It's nice to be with you this morning. We have one transaction with Ollie Court and then a couple really exciting efforts that we'll be sharing with you today. Before I go into that too far, because I'm sure that you're sad to not have an ORCA aligned agenda on your topic list from affordable rental housing, I just wanted to do a quick update as that work is being launched out into the world last week. We did publish the documentation around that yesterday. We meaning the staff of that are doing such an incredible job, held training on the ORCA. Over 300 people signed up for that. So it was very well attended, and there's a robust website with all kinds of information and tutorials. And I think some, overall high-level stats we have, included in that a pre-qualification process. We have over 90 partners that have been pre-qualified. We have gotten through intake over 160 projects that are at some part of from concept to kind of ready to go. That represents nearly 10,000 units that are kind of being worked on right now in the affordable housing space. So it's really, really exciting. Next week, we will be taking the next step for those projects that have come through, worked through the intake process and are ready to submit applications. Those will be opening next week, and we expect over 50 of those to be opened next week. And so this is really exciting, and just credit and kudos to the team that is working on it. Appreciation for all of the partners that have been following along and are now deep diving into learning about how this will work and what they need to have ready. And so again, really, truly excited about that. And I think with that, I will transition over to the Ollie Court recommendation, which Ty Denson-Strain will present. I have Roberto Franco here as well in support on that project concept. Great. So Ty, I'll hand it off to you. And
Good
I'm
morning.
screen share, sorry.
Good morning, Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell. For the record, I'm Ty Dunson Strain, AD of Transactions, here to present a bond motion for the project Ollie Court. It's in Eugene, sponsored by Homes for Good Housing Agency with Pinehurst as a management agent. It's a project of about 81 units, 80 affordable units with a range of affordability. And the project was previously awarded LIFT funds and in the tune of over a little over 13 million. 542,000 and 4% tax credits. The total development cost is over 50 million, and it is slated to close this June, and includes 80% of the units would have site-based rental assistance for the project. And next slide. And highlights of the ERJ profile for this project. Homes for Good is, and its management agent has strategic plans to do outreach to serve with underserved communities and BIPOC communities, working in concert with Central Latino Americano. In Eugene. They've been a long-standing presence in Lane County since 1972, and additional partnerships with Lane African American Student Success and Homes for Good, and its general partner is committed to reaching their MWSB participation goals, and so they know what to expect, and OACS will be monitoring their progress on other projects as well. And with that, continuing on to the next slide. And here we just have a flag updated to the bond motion, where the bond motion includes just a small update that includes I'll just with in reference to Citibank is the underwriter for the and lender for this project. I think the packet has Umpqua Bank in there, so just flagging that this is the correct motion for that we're seeking approval on. And with that, I'll open it up to the floor for any discussion or questions.
Council, take it away. No questions? Everybody comfortable with what's been presented? Then I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
And is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, and could we have the roll call now, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember Meehan,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Let's keep it rolling.
Great, thank you so much. And so next up, we have Rick Ruzicka here to present the PUSH Seller's Tax Credit, which I will have him describe as an implementation from prior session. And so Rick, I'll get the slideshow going as you kick it off.
Thanks. Thank you, Natasha. Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members. For the record, my name is Rick Ruzicka. I'm the Assistant Director of Planning and Policy. My pronouns are he, him. I do want to shout out to Natasha, who whether you realize it or not, usually runs our slides behind the scenes. So we're really thankful for her and her ability to multitask in so many different ways. Anyway, our goal today is to kind of introduce legislation on the push sellers tax credit and update you on our work on this bill so far, to talk a little bit about our engagement. This is just an introduction. We do plan to come back to you. I think our original goal was to come back to you next month in looking at the work we still have yet to do, and some of our schedules. We're looking at probably pushing this back to August at this point. But today we're just going to focus on kind of informing you about the bill itself and what we've done up to this point. PUSH stands for publicly supportive housing. It's one of our many acronyms that we use. And what publicly supporting housing is any multifamily housing development that receives or benefits from public assistance and involves restrictions that govern the affordability of units through maximum allowable rents. It also can mean affordable housing with public funding. So basically, if there's some sort of public funds in the project and they have some sort of rent restrictions tied to them, it's considered public supported housing. The PUSH program itself, PUSH is a program, and that's really about preserving publicly supportive housing. So if there's some sort of rent restrictions on the property and they have some sort of contract or time expiration with that, or if there's some sort of public funding in the project, and that public funding could be going away, there's a process that has to happen that's really designed to try to preserve those units, make sure that they're either not sold to somebody who wouldn't extend those affordability restrictions or just taken off the market. And the process really involves communication back and forth between the owner of the development and OHCS and local government. There's some tenant protections involved around notification and things like that. And so what this bill is really designed to do, next slide, please. It was HB 2071, and it was passed in 2023. And it's really designed to help add to the toolkit of entities that might be interested in purchasing those properties and extending their affordability when they come up for sale. So that's really what this bill is designed to do. If someone is awarded the push sellers tax credit, they're required to extend the existing affordability restrictions on the property for 30 years. Or they can create new affordability on a project at 80% or less for 30 years. The cap on the tax credit, the most or the maximum we can give out in any 1 year is $3 million. And it's our plan is to implement this through the ORCA process for affordable housing funding. We do see some alignment with our preservation dollars. And so we think most people that apply for the push sellers tax credit will likely also go through the ORCA for our preservation dollars, but that may not always be the case. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Next slide, please. The legislation is pretty clear in terms of it provides a maximum amount of benefit that someone can receive, and it's really based upon the years that the property, the owner has owned the property. If the owner has owned the property for less than 5 years, they're not eligible for the tax credit. If the owner has owned the property for between 5 and 10 years, they're eligible for a maximum of 2.5% of the sales price or the appraised value, whatever I believe is lower. And if the owners own the property for more than 10 years, they're eligible for up to 5% of the sales price or the appraised value. Next slide, please. To give you an idea of what that tax credit means in terms of actual dollars, we pulled some of our kind of most recent sales over the last couple years, and the bottom range of that was about $920,000. And the top range was about 51 million. And this slide, I think, kind of gives you an idea of where that range would fall depending upon how long you own the property, based upon the way the legislation sets up the tax credit. Next slide, please. In terms of what we've done, we've reached out to a lot of folks on this so far to really try to understand the benefit, kind of how they see us implementing this program and what would make it most successful. We had a Zoom engagement for all of our partners on May 16th. We've met with multiple stakeholders individually, and we presented kind of a concept of our program to various preservation meetings, and we received a lot of feedback. A lot of that can be found on pages 19 and 20 of your packet. But just kind of some of the most important things we pulled out of that in our early feedback is to keep this program as simple as possible, that the program really needs to be quick. The money needs to be accessed quick. They need to understand if they have this tax credit available to them in their financial stack, so they can start negotiating with the property. How the seller's tax credit works is the purchaser actually comes to us and gets the tax credit to add to their financial stack. It's the seller that actually will use the tax credit. So it's a little bit of a convoluted process, and we also have to keep that in mind as we're setting up what this looks like. And the other thing we heard is that we'll need to set up touch points for properties that are not successful. So it's very possible that we say, yes, potential purchaser, you're eligible for the tax credit, and maybe they're not able to negotiate that sale. And so we need to make sure that we keep in touch with them so that we know, okay, that sale did not move forward. We have that tax credit back and we can use it for another property. And then next slide, please. In terms of timeline, we talked a little bit at this already, but we really started our engagement process in April and tried to finish kind of our first phase in June. We did our Zoom engagement, as I mentioned, on May 16th. Our comments were due on June 4th, are still out there for June 14th for kind of our first round. But we know that we need to kind of go back with all the feedback that we've gotten, and we're going to do some more outreach in late June and have some sort of informed draft framework for folks to look at. We'll set up a new deadline for that kind of second round of comments. And we're planning on coming back to council on August 2nd, and we hope to launch the program in mid-August. So that's where we're at with this particular bill. And I think with that, I am done and available for any questions. Thank you, Natasha.
Council, any questions or feedback for Rick?
And I think, oh, sorry, I see Javier unmuting. I think I think as we are anticipating coming back in August, any input that you want to have into what you want to make sure is demonstrated through that framework is another point.
Yes, thank you, Natasha.
Yeah.
Councilmember Mann, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I only have a comment, and that is, this is a very difficult process to go through, especially when we talk about tax credit and how successfully implement for the benefit of affordable housing. So I acknowledge the challenge, and I have the most confidence that whatever comes out will be successful, so that we can continue to preserve the affordable housing that we have in the state. So thank you for the update.
Thank you.
All right, then. Are we already at our, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Meehan.
Thanks, Chair Hall. I just have a quick comment, just from the perspective of folks who live in some of these places where the affordability expires and the effect on folks that when it expires. And there's a situation out here in Gresham, and it's older folks and disabled folks, and I've seen some of the ramifications of when these things expire, when these affordability concepts expire. So I really appreciate the work you're doing, and it's real important, and it does make a difference for folks. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, council members? All right. Next item.
Great. Thank you so much. The next item we have will be Britt McLean talking about our HUD price grant application. You heard a brief testimony earlier in the agenda process about this. So I will leave it to Britt to overview, and I will get the screen share going, Britt.
Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and council members. Members of the public listening in today. My name is Britt McLean, she, her, and I'm an operations and policy analyst here in the Affordable Rental Housing Division. Great to see you again. And I echo Rick's appreciation of Natasha's slide wrangling skills. I'm serving as project lead for the agency's HUD Preservation and Reinvestment Initiative for Community Enhancement Grant Application.
Britt, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I don't know if anyone else is either, but it's coming in and out, and it's very faint even when I put up my own volume.
Yeah, kind of, I don't know, almost bubbly or staticky, unfortunately. We're not hearing you. We got any tech support handy?
I'm wondering, it looks like maybe she hopped off and is hopping back on.
Okay,
So
great.
we'll see if that does the trick. You're muted, Britt, so let's see.
Is this better? I'm
It's
so
better,
sorry. Is this
yes.
better?
Great.
Okay,
Much
fantastic.
better. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Give me one quick sec here. Okay, great. I'll just start from the beginning. This is going to be short and sweet, I promise. Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members, and members of the public listening in today. My name is Britt McLean, she, her, and I'm an operations and policy analyst in the Affordable Rental Housing Division here at OHCS. It's great to see you again, and I am serving as project lead for the agency's HUD Preservation and Reinvestment Initiative for Community Enhancement Grant application. This is a large multi-divisional effort, and although I'm the one you're hearing from today, our current draft application is the work of many dedicated folks here at OHCS and partners like Lisa Rogers at CASA, who you heard from earlier. Right back at you, Lisa. Just wanted to express my appreciation for the collective effort before we jumped in. There's no formal action needed today, council members. I'm only here to inform you that we've received permission on May 31st from the Oregon legislature to apply for these federal funds, and that the public comment period is open on our draft application materials. Next slide. This grant opportunity is really the first of its kind from HUD. Manufactured housing is the largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing in the country, making it a crucial piece of the nation's and Oregon's affordable housing stock. We believe our proposal achieves the HUD strategic national goal of programming resources to primarily benefit low and moderate income Oregonians at 80% AMI or below, as well as the summarized price NOFO goals you see on the slide. Preserve and revitalize existing manufactured homes and communities, increase resiliency to extreme weather, and protect the health and safety of residents, promote home ownership opportunities and encourage resident-owned models, and support the repair and replacement of deteriorating homes. Next slide, please. We're taking a dual approach to serve manufactured home residents, homeowners, and park communities across Oregon. We're requesting a total of $25 million out of the total $235 million available. With those resources, we plan to recapitalize 2 programs with some price-related modifications. There will be 2 programs. The first one, manufactured home repair and rehabilitation, that will be administered by the Home Ownership Division, and then our manufactured dwelling park preservation resources administered by the Affordable Rental Housing Division. The federal application rules and program requirements use the CDBG framework for the most part and are very detailed. So both programs using price funds, should we be awarded, will have to be modified to meet those federal regulations. We expect to hear back from HUD about awards in late summer or early fall of this year. Next slide, please. HUD has some robust public engagement requirements, and our goal today is to inform the council of our intent to apply for this grant and also encourage council and the public to take a look at our draft application, make comments, which will help us submit the best application possible. Let's take a look at those now. Next slide, please. We can achieve these goals by doing a few things: making communities aware of our application, obtain the perspective of those who have accessed or administered similar programs firsthand, gather actionable feedback to improve the application, fix any errors or adjust data points, and then ensure the application reflects the statewide need and a shared vision for addressing it. Next slide. In the price memo in your council packet, we included a link to our price webpage that hosts our draft application materials, public comment period information, and a link to the HUD price NOFO. Stakeholders and interested parties have several options for making comment on the application materials. Comment can be made live or in person at our next public hearing, which will be a hybrid virtual and in person in Salem on Thursday, June 20th. Spanish and ASL interpretation will be available at that time. Comment can also be sent via email to housinginfo@oregon.gov. And comment can be submitted via traditional mail. We welcome any comments via mail and will review and analyze those in the same way that we review and analyze other comments. And lastly, we have an online survey linked on the price webpage, which has a link from our homepage so that it's easy to find for the public. And next slide. Thank you so much for the time to be able to present this to you and let you know about this exciting opportunity. And I'll answer any preliminary or logistical questions that you may have.
Councilmember Lee first.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Britt, for the presentation on it. I'm super excited about this. I think it's a wonderful opportunity. I really appreciate the mention of projects and communities where we are looking at resident ownership or conversion into I'm not going to have the right words, but you know what I mean, where we're all sharing the benefits of the equity that's being built. And I wonder if we could be even more explicit, again, within the document that if awarded, we will look to prioritize or work with those projects where there has been some research or work. I mean, I realize not everybody can convert, right? And in some cases, it's not the best thing to convert into home ownership, but we could convert into an equity sharing model with the residents of the park, even if we don't go to a full home ownership process. And I wonder if you would consider putting that in as one of the priorities, right? Like if we get the money, we're going to first look at working with projects and communities where there's been interest, we've done some work, they're in the process of conversion, or they're willing to be partners with us to see how we build a model for equity sharing within the community or the housing. Thanks. And I'm crossing my fingers.
Chair Hall, Director Bell, Councilmember Lee, thank you so much for that comment. I will take that back to program staff and work to integrate that into the application. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember Mania.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Just echo Councilmember Lee in terms of that opportunity of homeownership, and also this is a great opportunity to preserve some much needed affordable and special housing that we have at the state. And there are many communities that are in danger of losing this type of assets. So having these resources available would be very important. So best of luck, and hopefully we can help in any way. Just let us know.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, the state has, to borrow a phrase we heard earlier, has put a lot of skin in the game. We've had a lot of state and local resources, so having this opportunity for federal investment, we are ready. The agency's ready, the state is ready. We're ready for some federal funds to be able to invest in communities that we've been investing in for decades. Thank you very much.
Any other council questions or feedback? All right then.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next. We are.
Chair Hall, that brings us to the 15-minute
Mhm.
break that was scheduled for 11:30. We are ahead of time. So I will pass it back to you for a decision on how to proceed.
Yeah, I was just conversing with Director Bell in the chat box, and she says the next team is ready to go. And since we are so far ahead of schedule, let's keep on rolling.
Sounds good. Thank you. Next up is the disaster recovery and resilience.
Great. Well, good morning, Chair Hall, Executive Director Bell, Housing Stability Council. For the record, my name is Caleb Yant. I'm the Deputy Director of the agency. I use he, his, him pronouns. And before I turn it over to Ryan Flynn to talk through the transaction of Royal Oaks, I wanted to provide a little bit of context for the council, just to kind of tee the conversation up ahead of this transaction, where $12 million in state wildfire resources plus up to $5 million in Oregon affordable housing tax credits are being requested to fund up to 118 new modular homes for the Royal Oaks site. I know this council is aware of the situation. I believe everyone is aware of the situation, which is part of the reason I want to provide some context here. This is where OHCS, our agency, purchased 140 modular homes with the intentions to place survivors into homes as quickly as possible. And unfortunately, that hasn't yet occurred because we did not receive the product that we paid for. So for context, I just want to give a brief synopsis to the council on really what led up to today, and what is the recommendation in front of you. So so bear with me. I think the context that I might give might be a little bit more than the transaction itself, but I want to do that and then give a minute if there are questions or comments that the council wants to provide before we transition over to the transaction itself. So as Oregonians are all aware, September 2020, the biggest natural disaster in the history of our state, multiple wildfires burned over 1 million acres, 4,000 homes were destroyed. Over 1,700 of them were manufactured homes and 20 manufactured home parks across the state. And recognizing the emergent need there so that was September 2020, early 2021, our agency entered into a contract with Pacific Housing Partnerships, LLC. And under that contract, PHP, Pacific Housing Partnership, agreed to order and secure the building of 140 modular homes. OHCS purchasing homes, just to be really clear for this council, us purchasing homes directly is not a usual business practice for our agency. However, working closely with executive branch partners, we used this opportunity to try to speed up recovery because at that time there were long delays for manufactured and modular housing production that were kind of spurred by the pandemic. And so we made this decision to do something different, to take a risk, aligned with local officials' desires, aligned with the governor's office, aligned with experienced development consultants that we had hired to assist in wildfire recovery, for the intention of being able to provide homes faster to survivors. Relatedly, in January of 2022, so that was early 2021, January 2022, that's when the Housing Authority of Jackson County, with financial support from the state, was able to acquire the site of the former Royal Oaks Mobile Manor Home Park And this was the location that we had where we were going to place most of these modular homes that we had purchased. Subsequent to that, our agency and the Housing Authority entered into a contract where the Housing Authority agreed to complete the infrastructure development and the development, the reconstruction of the Royal Oaks site, with a plan to then, of course, place these units that we had purchased through PHP to benefit low and moderate income fire survivors. So that was January 2022. It was about March of 2022 that those modular homes started to arrive in Jackson County. 35 of them were transported to Jackson County and placed in storage, essentially a big secured lot, while the infrastructure was being developed on the park. After the units arrived in Jackson County, we immediately saw that there were some issues, and we began to have conversations with Pacific Housing Partnership about those. The next month, April of 2022, we paused delivery. We directed PHP to store the remaining units in Idaho, and we really kind of continued in discussions with PHP regarding how and when to best repair the visual issues. During that time, just to be really candid with the council, we didn't know the extent of the issues. We worked really closely with DOJ, our council. There were reports that were written, but ultimately we believe the issues were fixable under the warranty rights that we had in our contract. And at that time, we didn't have the authority to do kind of deconstructive inspections. So that was April 2022. About a year later, April 2023, that's when the site development of Royal Oaks progressed to the point that we could crane the units from the storage to be put on the foundations on the site. And it wasn't until this point in the process when we began to place them on foundations that we had the authority to kind of deconstruct a unit to ensure we had a clear picture of what the issues actually were. We deconstructed in conjunction with Jackson County, in conjunction with Oregon Building Codes inspectors. And ultimately what we found was there was over 20 building code violations documented on a single unit. And there were numerous construction errors, including improper missing flashing around doors and windows, incomplete and incorrect connections of the roofing system, which allowed water to enter the units. Thanks for giving me the grace to walk through time. I'm almost done bringing this up, but the context matters here. So that was April 2023 that we deconstructed. It was that summer that we messaged out to survivors, through community organizations, Access, who was working to help do the application and intake for this, that we determined the units to be uninhabitable in their current condition. We carefully at that time reviewed options and concluded the best course of action was to rebuild, to rehab the units. And this was based on advice from industry experts who said that rebuilding could be done without compromising quality standards, that we could absolutely fully rebuild these units to the quality standard that is needed, and at a pace that was fast for survivors. So at that time, we met with local partners, we met with survivors, we had a town hall in person in Jackson County to update them on the decision, to update them that there is an issue, we're going to rebuild, and we put out a very clear commitment to engaging with trusted local oversight to ensure those quality standards were met. Both, trusted contractors, trusted developers, trusted local building inspectors to make sure those quality standards were met. From summer of 2023 through the fall, we engaged with those community members. We engaged with forensic building consultants, which was a expert, industry expert that we hired through a special assistant attorney general that we have working on this for our behalf, and began to develop a comprehensive scope of repairs. And we engaged with, again, those local community partners to discuss and understand what they needed to see from oversight to make sure those quality standards were met. It was earlier this year, this spring, so that was fall of 23, where we were kind of making the plans, engaging to understand the oversight. And fast forward to fall of to spring of this year, we completed some preliminary cost estimates to determine the scope of work needed to repair the units and continue discussion with the local partners. And ultimately, they felt that the repair rehab would not fully reassure community members of the quality standards, that these were set up for long-term success for residents and long-term success for the project. So I give you that timeline, the context, in part to separate the ongoing legal process from the matter at hand of advancing the Royal Oaks building projects for the sake of survivors who have had to wait much too long for the permanent housing in Jackson County. I want to be just really, really clear with the council. Our agency, we did this. I gave you that context to understand a bit of the thinking. We said we would have homes for survivors, for the people who lost their homes in Royal Oaks. We said we had homes for them, and we have not delivered on that. And I say that because that's unacceptable. And we need to do the right thing for the people who want to move back in to that community. So my ask for council is to allow us to focus on moving the project forward, while asking you to understand that we aren't able to discuss the legal strategies in detail in this public meeting. What I can tell you now is we're working very closely with Department of Justice. We have enlisted a special assistant attorney general who specializes in construction defect litigation. It's been noted that there aren't court filings that have occurred, and I want council members to know that that does not mean that we're not actively pursuing accountability for not getting the product that we paid for. So these are the legal details that I can share at this time in this forum. And we need to ensure that the best possible outcome for both the legal strategies, but also for the development of the projects to move forward for the residents. So I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Flynn, the Director of Disaster Recovery and Resilience, which will briefly walk through the details of what is being put forward in front of you. But before I do that, I want to just pause for questions or comments.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thank you so much, Caleb, for the background, and I appreciate this dichotomy between the legal strategy and the project work that we need to have done. And I want to just emphasize this. This is not about the company. Ultimately, it's not about us. It's about the families who are still not housed how many years afterwards. And we have made promises, we have made assertions, and as you say, we have fallen down. And that's the piece that we've got to keep centered. As you are pursuing the legal strategy, I just want to inject sort of a thinking, or if people can have some conversation about what restorative justice would look like here in this situation, because of course we've got legal strategies, we have brilliant legal minds, we'll pursue everything we need to pursue as the entity of the state of Oregon. And for me, even if we prevail in every way possible legally, it still won't restore what has been taken away from these families, from these communities, from us as an organization, from the smart risk that the organization decided to take in service to these communities. And that calls, I think, for something more, not simply checks to pass hands back and forth or whatever that is. And I know that that is not necessarily a pure legal perspective. However, as we are the organization that wants to live and work within our values, there's restoration that must be made at starting with the community and the families. That isn't simply findings of wrongdoing in a legal court. So I just want to insert this idea or this thinking around what would restorative justice look like, and how would that center these households and families and communities who've been most greatly damaged by poor business or whatever we say it is. I'm I'm totally comfortable that you and the team are going to figure out what the legal pathway is, and I want some restorative justice here. This is egregious, and we need to hold people accountable, not only legally, but in a just manner. So thank you for your work. I know this must be keeping all of you up at night for such a long time, and I am so sorry that this is where we've ended up. So thanks.
Procedurally, I have to make a note. I skipped over opening up a public hearing on this particular transaction item. Councilmember Farrell has had her hand up for a while, so I want to give her the opportunity to be heard now. And then
I'm happy to let public comment happen and then I can resume my.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put out a call now. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment on this particular transaction item?
Yes, Chair Hall, we did have one person signed up. However, I do not see them on the list right now.
Okay,
If anybody else does have public testimony regarding this topic, please use the raise hand function.
and again, staff, help me out here, but my understanding procedurally, again, any public comments through the public hearing would be related to this transaction, securing this housing for the fire survivors, correct? Okay.
That is correct.
Councilmember Farrell.
Well, I certainly have a lot of different perspectives in my head. I mean, obviously I live in this community that's impacted, and also I understand, you know, the good intentions behind original decisions that were made. I guess this is just maybe feedback from one council person in an advisory capacity, and it's not necessarily directed at staff, but just whoever needs to hear it, that sometimes good intentions don't always result in, you know, like good results. And so to sort of avoid the haste makes waste scenario in the future, and I don't object to this current funding proposal, I guess have the question of like, knowing what we know, disasters happen, we know they're expensive, we know that people want quick solutions, and that sometimes rushed or top-down decisions can have not the result we want. How can we dedicate like more time to learning and sharing out that learning? What of our various responses were successful? What ones were not as effective, so that we can consider that and like thoughtfully plan for responses in the future? Like how can we just sort of take the learning from this? I mean, I agree with what Councilor Lee is saying. There's also an element of like, we still have a lot of need and need for stability amongst people who are impacted by these fires. But I guess secondarily, like, can we at least learn from this, and what does that look like?
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Hall, if I may just.
Yes.
Initial thoughts to that question from Councilmember Farrell, and I absolutely appreciate it. And to the keep you up at night, there's many different parts of this situation that is keep coming up at night, but many of them have been around exactly that, about how do we learn our lesson? How do we understand what went well and what didn't go well? And I really appreciate what I heard you say there, both for this situation itself, what is kind of, you know, for lack of better words, an action or a hot wash or like of this situation itself, but also more generally, because wildfire recovery, our agency and other pieces of the executive branch of government acted very quickly and did things that we've never done before, well-intended, and we need to be able to broadly say, okay, what of those things worked and which ones did not, and what lessons do we need to apply for the future? So I can say on this transaction itself, the Royal Oaks Park and the legal piece of it itself, we are still in the place of what is coming for you today when Ryan Flynn presents the projects. He's going to talk about that right now we're focused on on getting the development itself back on track, right? Getting the old units off so the housing authority can develop that, and then we intend to, in the next few months, as soon as we're able to make sure that that's back on track, we'll be working with Access, with community-based organizations, to get into the screening of the tenants and how the placement is going to happen, and that's where a big part of where we think our values can show up in that. But I say that to say that we are in the heat of it, and we have talked to the Office of Emergency Management, who is really kind of adept at doing formal after-action reports to help facilitate that on our behalf. And what I heard from you, and I think is really helpful and needs to be part of that, is yes on this issue, but also the other areas where the state acted fast and where what went well and what didn't, more broadly. So appreciate that question, and a kind of a commitment that we have engaged and plan to do this in a kind of an informal way with people who have experience doing this sort of after action report.
Yeah, and Chair Hall, if I may just insert and add maybe one more component in.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Me and I may have just jumped in line in front of you, so my apologies there. Appreciate the grace. I think as I'm reflecting on just the many conversations that we've had internally with partners, but then also the very specific feedback from council members here today, I think there is one very specific set of opportunities that I think are in front of us as we're talking about the context of an after action report. I think our collective hope and expectation is that after action report both is an opportunity of shared learning that is not only internal to the agency, but also so that our partners can see that with specificity and clarity, but also in that we're still in Director Flynn, whose team is in it in terms of leading disaster recovery efforts. This is not also about waiting for the next thing that's coming, because even as part of Royal Oaks, yes, but then also we are also in the thick of implementation actively for disaster recovery. And so I think in alignment with not only the council feedback around the restorative justice from a humanity perspective, the restorative justice in delivering on what we promised, and the acknowledgement overlaid that disaster recovery is not this agency's core expertise. And while we are implementing the programs made available by CDBG-DR resources, looking to see what feedback comes out of that after action report that can be applied currently, so that we're not gleaming from something and then waiting for the next big something, because there's still an abundance of opportunity now to apply those very real learnings as well. And so I wanted to both offer that as a place of collective learning that we should bring back from this council, but then also some clarity around what that means in terms of current day decisions that are in front of us pertaining to disaster recovery. So appreciate that.
Council member Meehan, I believe, was it? Were
Yeah.
recognized?
Thank you, Chair Hall. I just want to thank you for speaking on that, Director Bell, because I really feel at the end of the day, the folks that are affected have been affected for a long time, and it costs extra. It costs extra to live the way that they have had to live during the post aftermath of this disaster. And you can't give them back their belongings. You can't give them back the time and the energy and the finances that were spent during this time to regroup and build and help them out. But I would hope that there was some kind of, and I don't know if this is the agency area that they can even do anything, but it costs more to live homeless than it does to live in a home, to eat, to wash laundry. Everything costs more, and sometimes we forget about that. The aftermath of these disasters and what it costs to live and without a home is just, it's outrageous. And so not only are they going through the trauma of the event, but they're also going through the trauma of having to live the aftermath of the event. And the longer it takes, the worse it gets. And so I just wanted to throw that in there as part of the lived experience component, because it's definitely people are going through it.
Absolutely. Okay, further Council discussion, questions, feedback?
So Chair Hall, maybe I'll hand it over to Director Flynn to talk through the transaction itself and tee up the motion.
Yes.
Thank you, Caleb. Good morning, Council. I just want to emphasize there's a lot of things there in that discussion that really resonate with me and with the disaster recovery team in our efforts to rebuild and recover from the 2020 fires. There's so many things there that we talk about and work on. I'd like to just add something from my perspective that what happens after a major disaster and as the state responds to it, the natural effect to some degree is that for future disasters, we become more prepared inherently as we build a team with core competency in disaster recovery, as we form closer connections with partners, with organizations who work directly with survivors. We work and fund lots of different organizations now who we intend to maintain long partnerships with. And so while, unfortunately, there's a lot of effects to that initial disaster response, we are becoming more and more prepared for future ones through our current efforts. I've seen it before in a different disaster context, and it is a natural effect of building what we're building now. We'll be faster, more prepared for the next one. So, good morning, Council. This is Ryan Flynn, Director of Disaster Recovery for OHCS. As Caleb mentioned, I'm here to present the motion to approve funding for the Royal Oaks project. I have a very brief motion to propose on that, so I don't think it's going to take a lot of time. I'm happy to answer questions. But first and foremost, the OHCS DRR division is committed to equity and racial justice in our recovery programs. It's essential and fundamental to everything that we consider as we work with partners, as we work to rebuild from this disaster, especially in Jackson County. I want to be, call out and name the Latina population in Jackson County that was disproportionately affected in this disaster. It's essential that in the way that we approach everything, we elevate the needs of that community. We fund partnerships that have cultural competency in working with that population to ensure that equitable access and is given in the recovery. And so this project will receive that same level of commitment and approach. Caleb mentioned a dynamic that is just kind of real right now that I want to state for the committee. We're working on reinitiating this project, providing new financing and funding to bring it back online. As that happens, we are going to engage back with partners in the process of making sure we have an equitable approach to housing at Royal Oaks. That process has realistically been delayed for about a year or so. And so the natural effect here is we're going to get back into that with partners, define specific approaches through grant agreements, specific requirements and policy that flow through towards housing in Royal Oaks. And I'm committing here to presenting all of those strategies again in an upcoming council meeting specific to Royal Oaks, because I know it's top of mind for us and for you. We will cover that in detail as we develop this now that funding can hopefully re-engage this overall project. Those partnerships that I mentioned and our approach to equity and racial justice across the disaster recovery come in the form of funding and grant agreements to provide financing to culturally specific organizations. They come in the form of policy requirements around equity, around housing, around housing for disaster survivors of the Latina population and other underserved communities, requirements around reporting, demographic breakdowns of housing projects for disaster recovery, all of which we collect and we can provide to you. And it's something that we fundamentally build into all of our active projects, and that is what we will do here with the Royal Oaks project. We'll be working closely with Access, who's the housing navigator for this project, about how they are going to make sure that we are reaching out to the Latina community, that we have bilingual staff and policies and requirements and process in place to make sure that we are doing this the right way for an equitable approach to housing in Royal Oaks. So I am happy to answer additional questions on our approach across the board for equity and disaster recovery, but specifically for Royal Oaks, and committing that we will return to this topic in detail in an upcoming council meeting when we have had the chance to re-engage in that process with our partners and have specific targeted outcomes identified. So turning to the motion and the funding for Royal Oaks, we are requesting the approval of a $12.2 million grant for the Housing Authority of Jackson County to fill funding gaps in the purchase of modular homes to be placed at the Royal Oaks Mobile Manor, as well as $5 million in Oregon Affordable Housing Tax Credits to access affordable permanent loan financing. This will enable the placement of up to 118 affordable housing units at the Royal Oaks Park for impacted wildfire survivors. First priority will be given to former residents of Royal Oaks who have been waiting for the park to rebuild so that they may return to their pre-fire location, with the remaining homes made available to fire-impacted manufactured homeowners in Jackson County. And for that population specifically, we will define approaches around equity to make sure that we've built that into all of our screening and outreach process for this project. All units will be owned by households approved for residency in the park, and the land and infrastructure will be owned by the Housing Authority of Jackson County and will be secured by a 60-year affordability covenant. That ends my portion covering the motion for approval. I guess I'll pause here for any questions.
Okay, before we go to council questions, I want to reopen the public hearing, given the interest and importance of this. And I understand we have the Housing Authority of Jackson County's Executive Director online. Jason, yeah, can we bring him online now?
Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning, Director Bell, Chair Hall, members of council. My name is Jason Elsley. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Jackson County. I'm here to provide public comment regarding the Royal Oaks matter before you. The Housing Authority of Jackson County and Oregon Housing and Community Services had a very long-standing partnership and relationship. Working with the department for more than 3 decades, we've built hundreds of affordable rental homes, preserved affordable rental homes, as well as preservation of homeownership opportunities. We highly support the redirection of replacing units at Royal Oaks rather than rebuilding. We've heard from the community through our community partners, as well as potential future homeowners, as well as my team as we've worked through this. We believe that this pivot will be highly beneficial to the community. We look forward to continuing our partnership with Oregon Housing to see this project through. And I thank you for your time and consideration for this matter in front of you this morning.
Thanks very much. Do we have any additional public comment on this funding proposal that we're considering today for replacement of these homes? Well, hearing none, I'll turn it back to the council. And do you have any further questions? Councilmember Mania.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Just a quick question. I want to make sure I understood it correctly. Well, first of all, I understand the importance of moving forward now and getting the units transfer over to those that are in need. Did I hear it correctly that the type of ownership will be reviewed at a later date once this process is moving forward, such as kind of a communal ownership as opposed to the property being owned by the housing authority? And I'm thinking because of the equity component and ownership of the park and those things that come with the ability to own your own destiny type of thing. So would there be an opportunity for discussions to be had about that type of model?
Yes, Councilmember, thank you for the question. That is something we are actively working on with HAJC, with the Housing Authority of Jackson County. The initial model contemplated is for homeownership for the units for survivors, so transfer of title and ownership to survivors, but for a more traditional model of Housing Authority owning the land and operating the park. However, we've done a number of projects. I would talk about Talent Mobile Estates that has a different approach for a joint ownership model for survivors. And I believe that in our current draft of that agreement, we are discussing a potential change towards that already in the future of the project for Royal Oaks. I don't think that topic has been resolved yet, but it's something we're actively pursuing and interested in discussing further with HAJC.
So just a quick follow-up, I would appreciate it, find out what the outcome was of those discussions, and as whether that would be pursued or not.
We'll commit to, again, some of those details are actively being worked out. So committing to an upcoming soon council meeting, I can present the results of that to the council.
Okay. Councilmember Lee, excuse me.
Thanks, Chair Hall. And I just want to acknowledge, because of the briefing we got, there's going to be a lot more questions, at least from my standpoint about this. Overall, I'm troubled by the language that says we have to move now to put this money out before we can talk to the community and the other partners about what we want to have happen here. And perhaps I'm misunderstanding it, but Caleb, both you and Ryan referred to, we need to get the money out now so that we can start having the conversations with the community to fine tune what's going to happen here. And if I've misunderstood that, it should be clarified, because I don't understand why that's the case. It may be that what we're talking about is simply moving money to purchase new units, and I totally support not rebuilding and putting new units on there, and that we're going to send that over to the Housing Authority, but there's just a lot there that seems missing to me. I appreciate, Ryan, your referencing racial justice and equity, particularly for Latinx members of the community. I just want to understand that how is that actually going to happen? So I hear that we've got people who used to live at Royal Oaks who have first chance, and then we'll have people who didn't live at Royal Oaks who have second chance. Where in that process are we actually saying first opportunity goes to members of the Latinx communities who either A, lived in Royal Oaks before the fire, or B, lived in the community before the fire and all are still there? I don't see any timeline associated here. So part of what we've been talking about is how long it's taken us to get the units built and purchased and put on the land. I would love to know what our timeline is once we take this action to get those units on the land, now that the land is prepped and the site is ready. It should be fairly quick, and without setting a timeline for us, I think we stand in some danger, some risk of having things bleed out longer than any of us want that. I also heard reference to culturally specific organizations and partners. I want to know who those people are, and I want to know whether or not they're getting any resources to compensate them for the work that they are doing on behalf of all of us with this project and in this community. And finally, I do just want to, again, talk about restorative justice, and let me use the words reparations. Commissioner Miam talked very eloquently about it costs more money to live in a temporary dwelling. It costs more money to be able to continue to have the daily functions of your lives. And I would like to see us start speaking very overtly about what repair from this harm that we have caused. Right? This wasn't about the fire we have caused, which doesn't mean we're bad people. It just means that we caused it. What's the repair plan? Does that include something like basic income for a period of time for these households, even once they're in the housing, to be able to try to build back up? Does it look like unconditional cash transfers in recognition of the additional costs of living that these households have had to endure, even on top of whatever assistance they're getting from the state or the federal government? If we broaden our thinking to encompass what restorative justice would look like, it automatically places it in a place where we have to think about reparations, basic income, unconditional cash transfer that should be a part of this project. And again, so we're talking about sending the money to purchase the buildings. We're not talking about sending any of the money to look at the other needs for these households, along with the timeline and the centering of racial justice specifically and concretely. And then, oh dear, I had one other. Sorry, I lost it. It'll come back to me. And again, I don't think I need answers to those questions. However, I think if you want us to vote on this, I need answers to some of them. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee, maybe can I start, and then I'll pass it over to Director Flynn to fill in places where he feels like he needs to. So one, just quickly going back to Councilmember Mena's comment, right now as it's written is housing authority ownership. So at this point, as you're considering the vote, I think that you need to consider that it is housing authority, not a cooperative ownership model.
Caleb, let me jump right in. That was the point. I absolutely support Councilmember Mena's point, and I think it's non-negotiable.
Can I make sure I understand which part is a non-negotiable?
That we are deeply considering and problem solving and working with the housing authority to figure out how might we deliver actual home ownership. We know that ownership of manufactured homes is a much lesser value and equity than home ownership of the land that is beneath it. And with our values of collectivity and structural change, that calls for us to think about the entirety of the project and of the resources and the benefits there. The benefits don't accrue as quickly to the households if they're only owning the manufactured home.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I just want to be clear for this council of what is in front of you, because I understand the benefits of the cooperative model. And also just a point of clarity, the homes that the housing authority have actually already kind of RFP'd out and are in negotiations to bring on a modular, not manufacturer. So there is a difference there between those two. And I want to just be really clear, because I think part of this, just candidly, is just leveling exactly with where we're at in this. It is a housing authority owned project, not a cooperative owned project with modular homes, is what this funding is going into for this vote right now. I want to, on the equity and racial justice, there's a number of pieces, Councilmember Lee, that you brought up there. And so I want to kind of maybe provide a bit more context around this, and also say those are absolutely the right questions. They are the questions that we expect this council to ask, and we need to be able to answer. And some of them, we do not have the answer now. And I know that is not typical. And the context I want to make sure the council knows around this is the way we funded this originally was not typical. We did not come to the council to request approval to purchase 148 modular homes. It was done through director emergency waiver. It was an emergency action. We bought it before we even knew where the homes were going to be placed, right? That timeline, it was about a year until that land was secured to place those homes. And since, through that timeline, through this whole time, this project had big question marks around, can it even progress? Is this going to turn into housing at all? And the reason that this vote is coming, this funding approval is coming to the Housing Stability Council now, is to give the developer the assurances that they can then go to their board to finalize the orders and to place the units and to do those sorts of things. I think the other contextual thing that I would share that's different about this is through most of the projects that we fund in our agency, and I'm not speaking specific to disaster recovery now, there is tenant placement procedures. There is, you know, as this council knows, okay, what are the partnerships? What are the you know, is it actually a written MOU, or is it just by name that we're partnering with culturally specific organizations? And that is put forward, and that is part of the operating in the budget and the, you know, what the proposal that is put forward by the developer. In this situation, the way that this is initially was outlined and is outlined is we are going to have agreements with Access on placing the units in the survivors into units. That is tied to, but not part of this funding agreement that we have. It references that, and those are the details that have not yet been worked out with Access. Is what are we going to be able to provide as far as funding and the parameters around placing people into units, and that's where the pen needs to be to paper on what specifically are we, you know, agreements do we have? What are our expectations to make sure that you know, our values around racial justice are that actual MOUs, so it's not just culturally specific organizations being asked to help place their, you know, community members into this housing, but they're actually compensated to be able to do that is a separate and apart agreement that is tied to this transaction, but has not yet been finalized. And so I think that's the piece that that I see needs to come to this council to be able to understand the details behind it. And you know, and also just candidly, we don't have those right now. And what we're trying to do is, hey, we initially had provided emergency funding. We need to be able to ensure this project gets back on track, and that's the request. And we want to come back with those details. And I know that is unusual and not the way we normally approach things. And I just also want to be fully candid about that. Timeline that is related to this funding approval will allow the Housing Authority Board to finalize with, you know, Housing Authority to finalize with their board the funding. So again, this could be moved forward. And then they will have their development timeline that is associated with, you know, how quickly will the units themselves be rolling off the production line, if you will. They have already selected a producer for these. There's a lot of logistics that need to be worked out as far as, you know, do they get placed in storage? Are they able to come on one at a time? If they come on one at a time, are we going to have a very expensive crane there for many months? Those sorts of things. And so we don't have a clear timeline on this yet. But I think the thing that I will say from my experience in this is this allows us, frankly, to get out of the way as the funder to allow the Housing Authority to do what they do, which is develop. And candidly, because of the fact that we purchased these modular homes and then they weren't quality, there's been a lot of, it's been an unusual business relationship, I will say it that way. And this will allow them to, with all of the haste that they can, move forward with the development. So I know I didn't actually answer a lot of those questions, but I wanted to give the context and the just, you know, really truthful honesty with where we're at.
Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez and then Councilmember Harris after.
Thank you, Chair Hall. So thank you so much, Caleb, for informing us about that and just being completely transparent about the issues, the ongoing issues that have occurred. I also appreciate Jason coming on and actually being the developer himself, actually coming on and giving public testimony. That's something we really haven't seen much. So I really appreciate that. I have been going over the project details of this, and I just have a question because there's many families that have actually doubled up during these wildfires. And so I do see in here that you do have income levels at or below 80% AMI. You're giving roughly, it looks like roughly about 40% of those income levels up to 120% AMI may be granted. Provided that at least 60% of the park spaces will be occupied by homeowner households at or below 80% AMI. The reason why I ask this is because you do see that there's many families that have possibly doubled up and are possibly going to maybe live together, because 118 modular housing units is not, it's not enough, as opposed to, you know, how many households were adversely affected by this. So I just have a question in regards to, is there going to be any leniency so that we are not particularly providing a barrier due to income levels with these folks that are going to be moving into these households as far as determining eligibility? You do have, I mean, a lot of these are hardworking families, and they're just trying to do what they can to be able to keep pace and not be either houseless or homeless, and they're doing the best that they can to keep their families abroad. So I just have a question about that 120% AMI, if there's going to be any type of leniency specifically for those families that may continue to be doubled up in household.
Thank you so much, Councilor Rodriguez. I'll speak to the 60 and 80, and I know that we actually have Tony Penrose on the line, who is from our affordable rental housing team, who has been negotiating the deals, this deal with the housing authority. So I'll let him maybe be able to speak if I don't fully address it. So the idea of 60 and 80% is to make sure to understand, you know, particularly if our first priority is people who used to live in Royal Oaks and want to move back. If they're above 80% area median income, we don't want to exclude them from being able to move into that house. Because 88% area median income is still you know, financially unstable in so many ways. And so the affordability restrictions are set that way to allow to make sure, essentially, if there are some over income households that need to be able to move back in, that they are able to do that. We're just making sure that 60% of the park is at 80% or low. So essentially, for lack of better words, almost income averaging. Does that get to what you were asking?
Yes, I just was not sure if you guys have done maybe like a survey of those folks as far as like where they're looking, where they're at income level wise, to make sure that we're not creating any more barriers for these families that are needing to get into these houses.
Yeah. I don't know, Ryan, if you could speak to that at all, but I know that previously Access, you know, had a list of residents that were in that kind of the first, you know, previously had lived in Royal Oaks. I don't know the level of information they have right now about their income levels.
All right, further questions, discussion from members of the council. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hall. And thank you for the information. I'm trying to digest it all, and I just have a few clarification questions, just coming from the architecture and construction industry. Just like trying to make sure that my clarification questions are not just out of curiosity for myself, but actually I think that they're pertinent to this discussion. So I guess the first one is, it sounded like from the RFP process, a production partner has been selected. I was curious if that is public knowledge now, that if you can disclose who the partner is. I'm also curious if the RFP criteria is public, and if that, or we could have visibility to that. Just how you all determine the new production partner. and trying to take into account the lessons learned from the previous one. I guess my next question is, does the budget include furnishings for the homes as well? And then my last question is, I'm curious if there's discussion on doing typical wood framed constructed in place homes, and how it was determined to continue down the modular home path, given the challenges with, well, the previous challenges. I think that's all.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did not do this, Councilor Harris, we did not do this RFP. So this was the Housing Authority of Jackson County issued the RFP, and we didn't put requirements around that. I am not sure what has been brought to their board, so I don't want to kind of speak out of line with that. I know that the manufacturer selected is an Oregon-based manufacturer. The modulars that we had purchased were from an Idaho manufacturer previously, and this is from an Oregon-based manufacturer. I would love to be able to follow up, and we could just do that in writing to the council immediately following up this kind of why modular, what was the thinking behind that. I know generally it was around a better product for survivors, and the fact that that's what we had initially promised when we initially bought the units, but we can give more detail around your questions on that, and to the extent that the Housing Authority is comfortable sharing the name of the manufacturer. I just don't know if that's public knowledge yet, and I don't want to speak for them. Tony, I see that you're on. Is there any piece that you know from the pro forma related to this conversations and specifically the furnishings question?
Tony Penrose for the record, production analyst for the department. And just to back up a little bit for Ms. Rodriguez, the Councilmember Rodriguez, question about the multiple family members living in a household. We do analyze up to 8 people in a household for the AMI level. So that is in consideration, of course, working with the compliance department and access, as what's mentioned, for the area median income for the family. So all of that will be taken into account. As far as the furnishings, I do not believe that that is part of the budget. They do have different community, the community room furnishings and different things like that. However, there are contingencies in the project, so that could be discussed with the Housing Authority of Jackson County and see what could be provided. Typically on the affordable rental housing side, furnishings
Can't hear. Oh.
I think he froze up.
Lost him.
Yeah.
but that could be a consideration given that it's a disaster recovery.
Tony, excuse me.
Oh,
Tony.
Yes.
We lost your signal there about a minute ago, so we weren't.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Where did you lead off?
Okay, folks.
You were discussing about the furnishings and only being for the community building, and then we kind of lost you after that.
Thank you very much. Yes, and typically it is for community rooms and something, of course, appliances as far as refrigerators and dishwashers. We have funded also washers and dryers in units previously. Typically we fund items that aren't removable. However, there are contingencies in the budget that when cost savings occur, then that could be something that we could discuss, given that it's a disaster recovery type of efforts. Are there other questions, or did I miss anything there?
Council?
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think it would be worth, or I'd really like to advocate for looking at covering furnishing in the budget. I think it's really important for the transition back to stable housing for these families. That's a huge cost implication and just time and effort for acquiring those items. And then I think my last question was, I was just curious on the modular approach versus building or constructing in place, if that was considered when you all relooked at this, the kind of second approach to this, given the complications with the modular housing for the first attempt.
That's a business decision based on the housing authority. And I think they analyzed that and found that this would be more cost effective and be able to get units on the ground a lot sooner. There was a question whether about the modular manufacturer, and part of that I believe the housing authority, of course, needs the funding so that they can take it to their board to finalize the selection of the manufacturer. I believe that's the process that they're going to be following. Of course, that's the business decision that they've kind of will follow and present, obviously, and looking at for the best for the Royal Oaks Mobile Home Park.
Okay, Jason has his hand up, so I'd like to recognize him now. Jason, we can't hear you. Are you muted?
One moment, Chair Hall.
Okay.
I have to find them on the list here.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Go ahead, Jason.
Sure, thanks for allowing me to respond. I just wanted to answer a couple of the questions regarding procurement method and methodology of finding that. We aren't necessarily prepared to announce the selected vendor at this time because we are still in the procurement process. We followed our procurement standards. We're a public housing authority, so we followed our public procurement standards to do that. We are still in the vetting stage. I can tell you that we did receive 2 proposals. We had hoped to receive more. I think that part of the reason we didn't receive more is because we're working with a footprint that's specific to now the foundations that are on that site. That said, we're excited about the vetting process so far. It's been very positive. The way that we're going about that, we have within our team of specialists that has worked within the modular and manufactured home industry, both in the park production side of things as well as in the factory side of things. So we have an expert that is visiting the site, visiting the factory, meeting with our local contractors and meeting with that manufacturer to ensure the logistics of production timeline, storage, craning, trucking, all of those things are hammered out before we can necessarily say this vendor is selected. So there's a lot of logistics and there's a lot of vetting to go through that before we can go public with it. As far as whether we went modular or manufactured, that was not a distinction within the procurement process. We wanted to see all product and then make an evaluation. In this case, the highest proposal was a modular. We had to stick with, at this point in the process, we had to stick with either modular or manufactured in order to meet the quote unquote mod system and the way that the housing units are titled. That was very important because the site plan approvals for the park itself was grandfathered in pre-fire that it is a manufactured home park. So we had to have that type of titling process in order to stay grandfathered in with the site plan approvals without backing up and starting completely over with a stick-built home.
Okay.
Thank you for all those clarifications. I appreciate it.
Yes. Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. And I think this is just a discussion that I'm directing to my sibling council members at this point. I just want to say staff have been responsive, housing authority have been responsive. We've shared what we know what we don't know. I feel like I am in between a rock and a hard place. I still don't understand the urgency that is pushing this decision today, right now in this moment. I feel like and I want to trust staff and trust their expertise, because I do. And there are just so many unanswered questions that are important details that in some ways we put to the side the first time around because we knew we had to move fast. We thought we were going to get things on the ground, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't understand why we don't even have a back of the napkin timeline. Right? We do this all the time where we say, well, if it takes 6 weeks to manufacture it and 3 weeks to, right, we back up into that and are able to say, well, on or about July, whatever. That's probably the least of the questions that I have. So I feel like I'm in this position where I either hold on the things that I think reflect our values and our concerns that we've raised here, and then risk having delayed even longer the housing getting on the ground for people, and once again moving quickly without all of the information I feel like we want to have, right? And I'm not talking about programmatic details. I'm talking about the policy targets and agendas that we want to see happen along the way, and just sort of going on faith that those things will get picked up along the way after we provide the funding. So I don't think there's any ill intent here. I think we're all pushing to the same thing, and I feel in a conundrum about where and how to vote today on this. And I'd be really appreciative of someone helping me think through or sharing your thinking about it.
Thank you. Council Member Farrell.
That's a lot. I'll just share my thinking coming from Southern Oregon, that unlike the initial decision, which happened in rapid sequence, the Housing Authority has been in lengthy, to my understanding, ongoing discussions with many parties around this property development. And I think the funding decision we're looking at today is just moving forward this now 4-year plan to create housing for fire survivors in Jackson County. And I think that you're also bringing up a good point, Councilor Lee, that there's other things that need to get discussed and talked about that might have more to do with some of the supports that our Community Action Agency Access might be working with those fire survivors, that list that they have, to address some of the reparations that you're talking about, or, you know, other expenses that kind of come alongside this. But I think to separate out the vote on this particular project, which I don't think is it is not my understanding that this is like a hasty decision. And it's very, I would never compare this proposal to the decision that was made 4 years ago to just buy these modular properties. I just want to make sure we're not over confusing this particular request.
Yeah, Chair Hall, if I may just add maybe a couple of things, and Councilmember Lee and everybody, I just appreciate the collective dialogue, and I want to lift up what you mentioned, which is I think we are all collectively aligned here. The people here on the screen, the people not want to move forward, and make sure that we can move forward with a clear plan of progress. So I'll maybe offer just a couple of reflections on summary, Councilmember Lee, and I won't assign any meaning as to whether this gives you clarity or additional clarity or not. I'll just put it out there in terms of your question about how we're thinking about this. So when this plan was initially put into motion, as Director Yant had mentioned, it was done from a place of, again, good intent and urgency to move forward, to make sure that there can be restoration to Royal Oaks given the loss that had taken place. With all of the conditions and circumstances that have led to today, there are sort of 3 broad pathways that are happening. And what we want to make sure of is that we can hold fidelity to the commitments that we made to the community, and also recognize that, and also make sure that the council understands why we are not treating them as sequential steps, but rather trying to move a few pathways all at the same time. There's the pathway of legality and accountability, which we are driving full force on, and I'll leave it at that for now. There's the pathway towards restoration, towards commitment of the promise of making sure that people who lost their homes have a place to come back to, should they choose to, at Royal Oaks. And then there's this third and equally important pathway, which is to the point that you and others have referenced in different wording, which is the humanity of the people coming back to Royal Oaks. From an individual and community perspective, what is and how can we ensure that we are playing a constructive and realistic role to help in the rebuilding of people's lives, with an understanding that trust has been broken and felt. And now we need to lean on community to figure out how to best play and serve in that role, whether that's through contractual elements, direct resources, and or other things that I'm sure we are not conscious of, furnishing supports, other ways to help support people in the rebuilding of their lives. This particular proposal today is reflective of that middle strategy, which is ensuring that we are moving forward on the initial that was made, the initial commitment made years ago, to ensure that those homes are replaced, and to ensure that the homes that are replaced are reflective of what people's expectations are, not only that in terms of just replacing something that was lost, but ensuring that it is something, a place, a home, I would put my mother in, and we would put our collective loved ones in, not just something to say that we fulfilled the promise. That isn't effective business, and that would make, regardless of past decisions today, that would make me and the collective us inept at our job if we moved forward and said the promise is fulfilled and we know it is less than our best work. So this plan today allows us and Director Elsie and his team and the folks that have been doing the work in a different way, certainly than we have in community, to enact the plan of replacing the actual homes. The work that is not yet fully formed and still needs to happen while the homes are being replaced, and that track is moving forward, and the pathway of legality and accountability is moving forward, is then the third pathway is now community. What is realistically, how can we best show up in a place that is helping to rebuild people's lives, not in a generality and not from an abstract, but ultimately looking at the people that will live at Royal Oaks. What are the needs, and how can we, through financing, through resourcing and other things, help improve the quality of life for folks? And so I won't assign that that's an answer, but I think my hope is that it offers how I have organized my thinking and how we have organized our thinking around these three pathways that must and need to move at the same time and not in a sequential manner.
Thank you, Director Bell. And I want to thank everybody on the council for some really in-depth, thoughtful discussion of these multiple complex issues that have all coalesced here. I think Director Bell has summed up my own feelings about why we need to move forward on all of these tracks. And right now, I was thinking back to my comments at the beginning of the meeting and our very name, our mission. We are the Housing Stability Council. And I think housing stability denied is justice denied. Housing stability delayed is justice delayed. So I'm going to turn to the council again, see if there's any further thoughts or conclusions, whether we're getting closer to the time for a motion. What's the temperature in the room, folks?
I want to say thank you to Councilmember Farrell and Director Bell. That was super helpful and what I needed to hear. And I move the motion as presented.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, yeah, it's a Mary show. And could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes. Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember Mian,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Okay. And at this point, is the consensus, council staff, that we take our break now? It seems like a logical time. Okay, we'll recess the meeting as of 11:25 and ask everyone to please return promptly so we can reconvene at 11:40 for the budget process overview. Thanks. Director Bell, are we ready to reconvene? And I believe you're kicking off this discussion.
We are ready to go. And while we are excited for the initial budget conversation, we're also going to preface with an exciting conversation and update around our low-income housing water assistance program, which I believe Director Weber will start us off, but I think we are ready to go.
Okay, let's reconvene then. So, Director Weber, are you going to be introducing this presentation?
Yes, good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council, Director Bell. My name is Liz Weber, I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the interim director of the Housing Stabilization Division. And I am very pleased to introduce Hilda Rodriguez and Joy Aldridge, who will be providing a briefing on the closeout report on the low-income household water assistance program. This is a briefing. There's no decision requested today. This program concluded at the end of March and supported over 18,000 households with water and wastewater assistance. So we're really happy to share the concluding results of this program. And with that, I will hand it over to Hilda and Joy.
Thank you, Liz. Good morning, Chair Hall, all council members, and Director Bell. My name is Hilda Rodriguez. I am the program analyst for the water program. My coworker, Joy Aldrich, and I will be sharing with you some of the summary of the low-income water household assistance program, otherwise known as LIWA. Next slide. In July, excuse me, in July 2021, OHCS received $13.8 million combined between the Consolidated Appropriations Act and the American Rescue Plan Act for the purpose of providing financial water and wastewater assistance for low-income households with direct service accounts. Even though the Consolidated Appropriations Act was established for COVID relief, our federal funder did not require a COVID-related event for eligibility. Instead, both funds prioritized the reestablishment of services and prevention of disconnection for these services. These funds were required by state to be paid directly to the owners or operators of community-based water and wastewater systems. Because this program was the first of its kind in Oregon, OHCS spent about 6 months researching eligible utilities or vendors and their associated organizations and hosting 10 community partner engagement webinars. Our intent from the beginning was to create an equitable program founded on transparency and collaboration. We troubleshooted with ideas with all involved parties to design a program that would be most effective to meet low-income Oregonians' needs within the statutory guidelines. Knowing that some vendors had entered moratoriums, we understood arrearages could be high. Let's see. Next slide, please. After 27 months, the CAA network worked diligently to award $10.63 million through 25,100 LIWA assistance payments to be eligible to the eligible low-income households. Roughly 35% of these households received more than one payment, meaning that there were nearly 18,600 unduplicated or unique households served. Because of this program's use of a floor to ceiling or minimum to maximum approach to determine payment size, the average LIWA assistance payments per household varied across the state. This approach advantageously served in place of a standard matrix payment, or one with set amounts based on household size and income level. As no statewide historic data was available, it only allowed the flexibility to gauge each individual's household situation and equitably across the actual water burden. Based on the statutory guidelines, we had determined that just under half of Oregon's 2,000 water and wastewater vendors were eligible to receive LIWA funds. Of the 925 vendors determined eligible, Oregon CAA network held agreements with about 30% of them. This meant that the LIWA program only touched the surface of the need for low-income water and wastewater assistance in Oregon. It has, however, enabled us, along with our agencies, to open doors for communication, create relationships with new vendors and community partners, and learn how to better advocate for our fellow Oregonians. Now I'm going to turn it over to my coworker, Joy, and she's going to talk to you about our vendors.
All right. Good morning, Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell. I appreciate your time and consideration this morning. My name is Joy Aldrich, and I am the Energy Services Business Analyst. So I would like to I'd like to dive deeper into the vendor eligibility, as this was one of the major barriers for the LIWA program. We reached out to our federal funder early to understand the definition of eligible water and wastewater systems. And this chart represents the number of total eligible vendors in each of the Community Action Agency's service territories. The small difference between participating vendors on the previous slide and the actual vendors represented here was the cross between, for instance, some vendors served counties that are provided with two different community action agencies. Excuse me, I've been sick for about a week, so I'm trying to push through. The small difference, so of the 2,000 water and wastewater vendors in Oregon, not including those vendors who support well and septic maintenance and water delivery services, we were able to engage with up to half of them for the LIWA program. Our statutory limitations from the federal level created a high level of inequity among low-income Oregonians. Because payments had to be directed to the owners and operators of these systems, it limited the programmatic compliance and legal support for creating payments for households that paid their landlords for services, as well as households that paid other parties for well and septic maintenance and water delivery services. However, considering the amount of time and administrative burden required to execute just a single vendor agreement, our CAAs managed to onboard 30% of the eligible vendors. Using each agency's percentage of vendors onboarded to total vendors to determine the estimated amount of potentially eligible households, the 18,600 households served for the LIWA program accounts for just 12% of the eligible population, considering eligible vendors. So this is 12% of just those households who could have been considered eligible received assistance. This exemplifies the massive water burden that remains for low-income Oregonians. Compared to OHCS's other well-established low-income assistance programs, the new vendors involved with the LIWA program were a major factor for its success. This graph highlights, in order, those vendors who received in excess of $150,000 in LIWA assistance payments on behalf of low-income households. Overall, the average receipt of LIWA assistance was only about $41,000, $42,000. However, only 10 vendors received over $150,000, with City of Portland representing 1/5 of all of the assistance received. City of Salem, comparatively, received assistance for the largest number of households, but their average was, even though their amount of assistance was much less. Again, this may have reflected those moratoriums and the policies surrounding disconnections and allowable duration permitted for arrearages. So this next slide, this compares the vendors that received assistance for over 500 households. Vendors on average received assistance for about 95 households, some receiving assistance for just a single household. Only 8 vendors received assistance for more than 500 households, with City of Salem representing 1/10 of all of those. Eugene Water and Electric Board and City of Portland were the second runners-up. And you can see the difference in the payment sizes. And this may have been because Eugene Water and Electric EWEB has had an ongoing assistance program for their customers for a long, long time. So moving into the payment serving program priorities. As this program's priority was centered on the continuity of services, so meaning the payments needed to either avert a disconnection or reconnect a household. This map exemplifies the number and percentage of payments provided by Community Action Agency's service territory that either reconnected services or averted a disconnection of services. Of all LIWA payments awarded to eligible households, over 2,700 payments served this priority. The interesting conclusion drawn from this data was the geographic distribution of households households burdened with a threat to their continuity of services. Coos and Curry counties experienced the highest burden of disconnection. Crook, Deschutes, and Jefferson counties were next up. And Clackamas County comparatively experienced the least amount of the burden for service continuity. This is something that we are still researching, and being a data and business analyst, I'm very interested in the outcomes regarding clients. So one message that was made resoundingly clear by the agencies during the program delivery was the unpredictability of disconnection policies and the allowable duration permitted for arrearages among vendors. So that would be some vendors allowed past due balances for 2 months and they disconnected. Other vendors allowed balances to continue on moratoriums for almost 2 years, and then they would disconnect. Even yet, other vendors would not disconnect, but they would send the past due balances to, trying to remember the department, it would go over to, if they own their home, it would go to the lien department on their home. So we are continuing to learn about and understand the impacts of these factors and how we can assist low-income households in the future. Excuse me. This map displays the unduplicated average household payment, size, and number of households served in each Community Action Agency territory. The average LIWA payments statewide was $551. However, the average in each CAA service territory varied greatly. So for instance, Portland metro area saw an average payment of around $1,000. The rest of the state, the average payment was $451. And so you can see in each Community Action Agency service area, the average payment size varied vastly. Households in Multnomah County, excuse me. Oh, and Lane County served the greatest number of households. But households in Multnomah County, just over 1,700 households received about $1,300. This does not include the largest number of payments, which we saw over $20,000 a few times. And that's just reflective of the moratoriums that were in place. The demographics, we're going to begin with race and ethnicity. So for the next several slides, we will shift into demographics. The client race and ethnicity is depicted here. Of the nearly 50,000 unduplicated individuals served by this program, 10% of them were either uncertain how to or did not report their race, and 2% of them did not report their ethnicity. 14% of clients identified as members of the BIPOC community, and 26% identified with Latina origins. Now, because of the way that we collect data through our data systems, which is federally regulated, we collect data with race and ethnicity are separate. They are not collected together. So there is definitely some misconstrued data for the Latina community. They may be represented in the white community. They may be represented in the BIPOC community. They may not choose to elect at all. So the way that we collect our data currently doesn't give as clear of a picture as what truly was represented. For the age and household size, the representation was fairly diverse. There was a large representation of children assisted through the LIWA program. Single-person households represented just 1/3 of all households served, while another third of households, excuse me, while another third served households with at least 4 people. For disability and veteran status, very few clients were unsure how to report or did not report their disability or veteran status. Excuse me. Many clients did not know how to report their veteran status. Very few were unsure how to report their disability status. Clients experiencing disabilities represented 14% of all individuals, and 2% of individuals were represented. They were a veteran or active military status. For the housing status and income, this last depiction was a nearly perfect split between those households who owned and those who rented. So you can see of the water burden that exists and still exists, it didn't matter if the household rented or owned their home. What we cannot see with this data is because of federal statute limitations, we cannot see the actual water burden for households who rent and pay their landlords. We cannot see the water burden for households who own septic tanks or use septic tanks or have wells. So that data is not represented here because we could not serve those households. The household income shows the number of households that fell within each chunk of the state median income. We converted this from federal poverty level to state median income to give a better picture, because that is how we classified income eligibility, was based on SMI. So approximately half of the households served by the LIWA program had household income at or below 28% of state median income, which represents basically $28,000 for a family of 4 annually. In early 2024, we began conducting a lessons learned assessment for the LIWA program. As a key tool used in business analysis and project management, a lessons learned analysis observes the program holistically from the 10,000-foot level, so to speak, to identify the successes, failures, and lessons that can be passed forward to future programs. This is an ongoing process involving both internal and external partners. Of the 10 categories assessed, we would like to feature just a few of the highlights. The communication addresses formal and informal contact and agreements between all project collaborators. Our outreach occurred early and often with this program, which made the agencies felt heard. However, there were some missed opportunities for further engagement, especially surrounding programmatic changes that occurred back to back. Implementation addresses the steps taken to stand up the program for public access. The realized program was a direct reflection of our thorough planning and engagement. It helped to establish budding relationships with new vendors. Because of the lack of historical data and experience, however, closer alignment between existing programs' requirements would have been beneficial. Additionally, the fiscal department delayed fund rollovers, which caused delays in vendor payments. Quality assurance addresses the actions ensuring program outcomes met expected requirements. Virtual program monitoring, though unfamiliar, was successful for the most part. It did limit our capability, however, to understand each agency's application intake process. Agencies created and shared their payment calculation formulas amongst themselves and also with us, which ensured equitable payment sizes based on the vendor. And that was different from all of our other programs, was that they would focus on, other programs focus on a payment matrix where it's set up the household size and the income determines the exact payment size. This program was really different. Not only did we have a floor to ceiling payment, but we also had vendor to vendor eligibility issues. So if one vendor had nothing but eligible charges, the next vendor, the city over, would have eligible charges and all of their ineligible charges included in the same bill. So there was a high level of unpredictability with this program. Participation addresses the opportunities for both partners and low-income households to engage in the program. The community partner and vendor engagement was fundamental to allow client participation. Surprisingly, word of mouth was one of the strongest factors. Unfortunately, the federal statute limited household eligibility, which affected addressing the true water burden for low-income households. And then finally, requirements addresses the tasks or conditions expected to be met to make the program a success. Parallel requirements of documents for both LIWA program and other existing low-income assistance programs simplified access to participate in multiple programs, kind of the one door or no wrong door situation. Throughout all stages of the program implementation, many partners and agencies clearly articulated what a water assistance program with more flexible guidelines. Many partners and agencies clearly articulated that a water assistance program with more flexible guidelines, along with adding regulations upon water and wastewater vendors' charges and policies, would be very beneficial. So we did it. Oregon is very well represented on the federal level, by the way. They know our names because we were very loud. March 31st acknowledged the last day that we could provide assistance. Through July, we will continue to work with households collaboratively with agencies to finalize fiscal reports, submit their fiscal reports to submit our fiscal reports to federal funders, and prepare to close the program. The LIWA program made it abundantly clear that there remains a massive water burden for low-income Oregonians. Unfortunately, we did not see any additional LIWA assistance from these original sources becoming available. However, different parties nationwide have taken notice of the need for water assistance. These possible future beyond the LIWA program bullet points highlight what has happened since January of 2023. We have been bombarded with questions from the Oregon Legislative Policy and Reporting Office because they highlighted the LIWA program in their congressional briefing. But most importantly, February and April of this year, there is a U.S. Senate Bill 3830 and U.S. House Bill 8032 that both will essentially, if they are passed, essentially create a permanent federal water assistance program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we open for council comments, questions, feedback now? Let's see. Anybody would like to weigh in on this interesting presentation? Councilmember Lee.
I just wanted to say thank you for all of your diligence in doing this project on the fly. Appreciate the data focus and also appreciate that we were able to focus on water and sewer, which so often isn't able to be addressed when we do our energy bill payment assistance and when we do our weatherization. I mean, not exclusively, but when we do much of our weatherization work. So the opportunity to really look more holistically at all utility-based costs and expenses for communities across Oregon is a really beautiful opportunity, and I appreciate all of your work and all of our partners' work to make that happen during, let's remind ourselves, a very, very challenging time in so many other ways. So thank you for the presentation.
Anything further in the way of council feedback? I think I see Council Member Farrell with her hand up. The old-fashioned way, the physical way. Hey, you're right.
Yeah, that was really interesting, and I didn't catch it. So if you said this already, my apologies, but I was listening for it. Was there a factor that contributed to the discrepancy in the funding amounts regionally, like per household? Like, was that based on local rates for any of that? Or I'm just kind of curious, was it up to the individual communities to decide, or how did that get determined?
Hilda, would you like to answer this based on your monitoring experience among the bills?
Sure. So when I started monitoring, as Joy explained, there were some bills in some of the areas where, for instance, City of Portland had moratorium. The highest bill that I physically saw there was $27,000 because they didn't do a shut off. The lowest I think we saw based on our floor to ceiling was less than $100. With that big of a difference, what we did was we did a floor to ceiling. So anything from zero, excuse me, I'm nervous. This is my first time presenting to you.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
So from, I believe it was $100 to $1,000, it was a standard payment. Agencies were able to give the current bill plus a stabilization payment. So a lot of agencies looked at, okay, the stabilization, we're going to give them 2 months, right? So we're going to pay off your bill plus give you 2 months stabilization. Other agencies just gave 1 month stabilization credit. There were some that did not provide, just depending on what the need was for their area.
Thank
Does
you.
that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thanks.
You're very welcome.
And if I might as well elaborate on that, we noticed just looking at a single agency, so Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency serves here for Marion and Polk counties. And we would see City of Salem, for instance, I'm very familiar with them because I get their water bills too. And they have, they're really restrictive. It's all water, wastewater, and I think there's one administrative fee. But if you go up the valley a little ways and go towards the canyon in Almsville, they're going to have water, wastewater, police, fire, city administration, and other bills that they can't put on a single bill. So the floor to ceiling payment allowed us, instead of being restricted to a matrix where it was just kind of saying, well, you're going to get this much whether you actually need it or not. The floor to ceiling gave us the ability to really make these payments equitable based on each individual household's, not only their crisis, but their actual situation, but also pair that with their actual utility, what their utilities policies were, the actual utilities charges. And Clackamas County saw this tremendously, where they would every June, they would go through, Clackamas County Water Department would go through, and everybody who had arrearages, they would wipe the slates clean, but all of those charges would go over to the lien department, and their mortgage would have a lien on it until basically until their past due arrearages were paid off. And other counties have experienced this, even within a single county. Not all utilities did the same thing. And for the fact that we only saw, 250 utilities, that means there were several, almost 1,000, almost 1,500 others that are out there that we don't know what their bills look like. And so it's this way allowed us to have a lot of equitable distribution of funds to households in need. And one last comment I might say, Mid-Columbia Community Action Agency, who receives the smallest amount of dollars for their energy assistance because of the formula they actually requested and received additional LIWA funds because they had the need. So we were able to provide them with additional funds when normally they don't need them.
Anything further in the way of council comments or feedback? Well, much appreciated. It's a great presentation and once again, work well done. So Director Bell, are we ready now to move into the budget process discussion?
Certainly, let's do it.
Okay.
Well, first off, just want to give a quick thanks to Joy and Hilda for the really important work on this program. I think it goes without saying that, you know, certainly during that time, the pandemic, that is, we were watching and observing and experiencing the economy and all of the fluctuation, and realizing that we were also very concerned about the economies of everyday people as well, having to make tough decisions. And many of the households that were rent burdened are also water utility burdened and other burdened as well. And so I think Joy is right, is that we were very loud, and we continue to be very loud about the ongoing need for this program and resources like this, all in service to our folks. So appreciation for your work. All right, so I'm sure you will begin to see folks' face come on the screen if you haven't yet. Yeah, I'm seeing some of my colleagues, which is great. So I'm gonna give just a bit of context here, withholding fidelity, that it is our aim is to get the council out by 2, and so we've got plenty of time to hopefully have a good initial rigorous conversation on budget. So just by way of orientation, knowing that we have council members that have been with us during previous budget builds, and then we've got some council members that will be helping to advise as we build the 25-27 budget for the first time. Just want to give a bit of context, less on the budget process itself and more about sort of the fiscal environment and how we have been thinking about the approach to the budget in a way that is building onto the progress and the lessons learned throughout the years of the statewide housing plan and the progress that's been achieved, the things that we go back at the plan and look, we would have done some things differently, how we can continue to build on that and steward progress with the acknowledgement that we are a bit of a much more matured agency since during the time of the established plan. And so thinking about that body of work in mind, and then what is going to be needed, what is going to be required of us to steward progress, real progress, in a way that continues to advance the things that are most important to us and reflective of our values. And then also does so in a way that serves as a backdrop for the governor's priorities and the things that we know that she is seeking to steward as well. So let me just start by saying, over the past biennium, the state's fiscal environment has experienced significant fluctuation. So from fiscal uncertainty entering into the pandemic, unprecedented federal funding that has expanded and then contracted, to unexpected growth and changes in state revenues, along with just some continued economic uncertainty, particularly from a housing perspective around where we're seeing interest rates and things and costs around the market that are stubbornly high. And recognizing that to that expanding and contracting that has happened, precipitated by the pandemic, a lot of those resources are nearly dried up, if not fully dried up, one-time resources. The reason why I want to zero in on that for just a moment is it's not only a resource that was here and that's gone. It's not only meaning a benefit and benefits that were available to the people that we serve that will now be either gone or decreased. LIWA is a really good example of that. It also represents infrastructure across the state, people infrastructure, partners that have stood up teams of people to do work. And now that work has to be either broken down or figure out what the stewardship of that continued work is. And here's the thing that I think we all know. the need doesn't go away just because the resources do. And so it is incumbent upon us as we're building that budget to figure out where we can, with the economic uncertainty, build and establish certainty. Certainty that doesn't have and can eliminate and decrease partners from the unknown of, am I going to get money next year or not? Is my budget going to stay the same or is it going to go away? And ultimately, that is not just a policy decision or financial decision that has to be made. They involve people that are doing the work. And so we want to do so with a very clear reflection of those infrastructures that have been stood up. And particularly for Black and Brown led organizations and rural organizations that have often felt have been on the receiving end of the wind blowing and funding changes and them having to navigate with that. Going into the 25-27 biennium, this department needs to prepare and support the transition from that significant programmatic one-time investments made in the last couple of periods to a more sustainable level of spending for ongoing programs. We know that there are unpredictable things that are out of our control, but there are things that are predictable that we can prepare for. We know that there's a continued housing need. We know that we need to continue to focus on supply and affordability. We know we need to continue to keep pathways for home ownership that are clear and solid. We know we need to be able to continue to have a strong, robust of racially just centered resources to ensure that we can prevent homelessness and then effectively respond to it. As I mentioned, with the governor's priorities that have been already articulated as an ongoing backdrop, which is on the housing production, addressing needs of people experiencing housing instability and or homelessness, but also that her priorities remain the same and unchanged around housing, education outcomes, increasing behavioral health services, also with some of those other core operational tenets around effective customer service, good governance. Again, these are some of the operational things that often don't feel like they are part of the budget building process or they don't feel like they are connected to it. But for our work, particularly the work that we've done around project management, infrastructure, pipeline, thinking about the operational sophistication of the organization and how we do all of the things that we need to do as an agency, and also do so in a way that can be anchored in our values and also take good care in the process. I will just say personally, for me as the head of this agency, we can do all of the big, exciting, heavy things and take good care of our people in the meantime. And so as we continue to go on the budget process and talk about some of the key components on operation, just know that is going to be a continued sort of theme that you will hear from me and from leaders as well. So as we're going into the 25-27 budget development, we are seeing it as a fundamental need to continue to remain focused on some of those core priorities and improving core agency functions in that particular way. So as we think about some of these strategic initiatives work and accountability, we want to sort of use some of those performance measures in concert to the things that we are building, as opposed to building out a budget, thinking about the things that we need to move forward and doing that out of sync from the operational needs and readiness to actually deliver. With that in mind, we have and want to sort of share with the council sort of how we're beginning to organize the thoughts around policy option packages under a sort of a prioritization sequence. And so just know that this is an initial conversation on top of additional conversations. So one, we're thinking about not losing ground. So as we go back and reflect on the one-time investments, we've came before to the council to talk about the work that has been made possible because of a new team that we have stood up, but also local partners to make progress on people experiencing homelessness. That was all one-time resources. And so we got to make sure that we don't have not only programs that are going away, but the people that were served, that we don't put them back in the same predicament by which that precipitated this important work. I won't harp on it, but yet again, a secondary priority, thinking about operational support. So ensuring that the agency's needs are fully understood and that we are appropriately investing in ourselves responsibly to be able to do the things. One of the things that's been really curious is I've often heard this sort of curiosity, and I'll couch it as that curiosity around why the agency needs to grow and how much money is going to the agency. That is an important question so that we can be clear about where public resources are going. But at the end of the day, we have big promises and big commitments to make. And if we cannot talk about deficits and needs of the organization, then they are pipe dreams at best, really, just to be really frank about it. And so we can responsibly grow. And at the end of the day, because we are effectively needing to show up for people, we got to be positioned to be able to effectively do that and not be shy about having that conversation. The third priority is also thinking about some of the high priority program investments. So thinking about efficiency and effectiveness of our programs in terms of explicitly delivering on race equity outcomes. We have, and feel grateful for, because of Director Bunch and her team, we have a really solid foundation to continue building on, and we want to make sure that that remains as the denominator across the work that we are doing. So which means we're going to continue to put our learning hats on, put our action hats on. We'll fumble along the way, and we don't need to use that as a reason to not continue to move forward. I think we've all been there and done that, and we're all trying to untangle ourselves out of those realities. And then also thinking about just program expansion. So as we're thinking about existing programs across the agency, we're wanting to critically think about, given the need for more housing in all of its forms that's needed, what is needed in terms of expanding the existing programs that we need as opposed to starting new programs. And so we want to think critically about when we put policy option packages forward, we want to, I think, be in a place of deep understanding of not just automatically jumping to do something new to solve a problem, but where can our existing programs be upgraded, be more robust, not only in terms of scale, but policy and programmatic decisions that are driving it to also help drive and steward progress in that. With each policy option package that we draft, one of the areas of rigor that are new and exciting that we want to really dig into the council on as we steward and go along this process is making sure that each policy option package that we put forth does two things in the drafting phase, not in the aftermath phase, which is one, being clear about what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve with this policy option package on the front end. And then the secondary piece is with each of those policy option packages in sort of the prioritization order, doing a racial equity assessment on the front end of each of those policy option packages, not the back end. That plays a role, and as we go along the process, we can sort of share the lessons learned and what happens when you do it on the back end, and how it so much sets it up for shared success in service to those outcomes on the front end. So that is an area of rigor that, as we're developing each policy option package, that those were two very specific areas of rigor that we want to make sure that we continue to build out. So what our intention today is one is giving you a backdrop and sort of an overlay of how we're thinking about the budget process. As we go into forthcoming conversations, we want to be able to share with you, but then also get feedback to you around sort of the overall strategy that we are coming into this budget process in. What data are we grounding ourselves in, but also what is the collective strategy for these collection of POPs, which will be effectively in the agency request budget, and why these things and not the other thing, so that we can be clear about the strategies that we're intending to enact and as part of the agency request budget process. For our council members that are engaging with us for the first time on the budget development process, just by way of orientation, so that you know, the agency request budget process is what is ultimately submitted to the governor's office and will inform the governor's recommended budget. And of course, the governor, as part of her role and responsibility to the state, will look at not only her priorities, but also weigh all of the collective priorities that are beyond housing. So they're inclusive of housing, but also has just an overall view to help develop and help determine what will be in her budget. And of course, a big piece of that is not only feedback that will come from state, from each agency, and from community partners, but also, frankly, what is fiscally available. I think based on the fiscal environment that the state exists in at the time of budget development, that really helps you decide what you can afford and what you maybe can't afford, so that we can be clear about the things that need to be that make it into the budget and at what scale they need to be landed in the budget. So just wanted to offer that as a example of the relationship between the agency request budget and then the governor's budget. So our intent today is for each of the colleagues here is to talk through some of the initial priority things that we have been thinking about, some of the initial engagements that have taken place with community. And then there are some prompting questions that we want to get some initial feedback from council. And then at the conclusion of the conversation, would love to get some more specific thoughts as we're forecasting next steps, how we can best make sure that we are spending our time with council on the things that matter most in the budget development process. There's a lot of very wonky technical details. And from my seat, and you all will tell me if the direction needs to go another way, that's the good thing about relationship, is where we really need you is in the strategy and the policy setting, which is, are we focusing on the right things, and are we looking at the right things to consider the strategy in the development of those things? So I will say, as the director, that is where I need the council, and I will also yield to your direction on an individual and collective basis if you want to get a little bit more technical and detailed along the way based on your respective expertise. So with that, I'll yield. We can move along in the slide, and then I will turn it to Annabelle to talk through initial engagement, who we've talked to, and then we'll hear from Director Bunch to sort of lay out really some of those intersections around advancing racial justice ahead of us going into some of the topics.
Hello and good afternoon, council members. My name is Anabel Hernandez Mejia. I use she, they pronouns, and I am a community engagement specialist. And as you can see, there were 6 town halls that we did, mostly going through an overview and a little bit of the behind on some of that structuring, right? So we did 6 town halls. These were mostly based on topic. There were 2 that were, there were 2 that were culturally specific, and those conversations were based on the needs and areas of interest with them, again, as they align to the priorities as well. We still did encourage them all and invited them to attend the regular town halls. However, these 2, particularly for tribal and Spanish, provided additional dedicated space to be able to discuss some of those nuances that they go through their work and with their community. So with the regular or the rest of the town halls, we did strive to create an open environment, going through group agreements, providing a space for anonymous commenting. We also considered some of the power dynamics and adding additional breakout rooms to town hall. One of the other things that also happened was we looked at the registration list and noticed some perspectives missing. So we did additional outreach to try to make sure we included, again, those point of views in our partners. And with that, we also realized and were told that several of our Project Turnkey partners had a conflict. So that again prompted us to create another space to be able to allow them to share with us. With the surveys, they were based on topics again, with the budget analysis tool. That was a different ask, which Mike will speak on much later on, but I can definitely say that the team offered as much instruction, Q&A, and support as possible to be able to get the necessary data and information that was required from it. With that, I will pass it on to Director Bunch.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Hernandez Mejia. Good afternoon, Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members, and members of the public. My name is Chelsea Bunch. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I'm the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion here at the agency, and it's really great to be with you on this really beautiful sunny day. I want to take some time as we continue to kind of get into the budget build process. We really think it's important to take a little bit of time to share how we're continuing to put into practice and application our values, right, around centering racial equity within this important process. We have, I think you all have heard me say many times over the course of these last few years how important it is to center race equity as we are receiving an incredible amount of resource that hits diverse communities across the state. And so there is no better time than now to be putting this into practice. So I want to talk just a little bit really quickly about that. So again, you've heard over time our efforts to internally raise our consciousness for why, as a housing institution, we really must center racial equity and equity in our work as it's tied to our housing mission. We've also shared with you what the work has been internally to apply this ongoing learning as we talk about our continuing and ongoing work to implement our own racial equity analysis tool. And just as a quick reminder, you all might remember that the REIT is actually a tool that by our own accord internally, we really have created to help us learn and apply what it means to center racial justice and equity as we are building policy and program. And while I'll get into a bit that connection to this process, what I want to talk about next really is slightly different, but is indeed connected, and really, I think, highlights how we want to kind of create an arc of application along the whole of the process, from the budget build all the way through implementation and actually receiving investments and resources. And I think for us, if we could go to the next slide, okay, awesome. I think for us, it's really important that we're centering race equity throughout the whole of the budget build process. And again, it really is a core element of the work that we believe we need to do. So what does that look like? In the coming months, really, and as a part of the enterprise-wide race equity in the budget build process. And I'll just note that this support and this spurring along certainly is coming from us, but it is also really incredibly supported by the governor's office, Department of Administrative Services, for the enterprise to be thinking about how we center race equity in the budget process. And per that direction, we have racial equity impact statements. So this is slightly different, but again, connected to the REIT, which is internal. So lots of acronyms, so bear with us. The REIT is the Racial Equity Impact Statement. This, again, is a part of the enterprise-wide effort. And as a part of the budget bill, we will both be completing a racial equity impact statement for both the individual investments that we will be asking for, as well as thinking about that for the totality of the budget and the resources that we are interested in receiving. And those that REIT really will articulate the things like the potential benefits and burdens of our resource asks, really asking us to understand where the disparities are and how implementation of the resources intend to address the unique disparities that we see across the state. Everything from understanding how we intend to track outcomes disaggregated by race and ethnicity, through to looking at unintended consequences, and then coming up with some actions once we kind of get that understanding. And again, on the back end, and once we receive clarity on the resources that we will be receiving, each investment will then go through our internal racial equity analysis toolkit that we have created that really helps us think through program and policy development and implementation planning. And a core component of our REIT really is around community engagement. And so I think we are asking ourselves these questions at the outset of the process, but also along the way, and providing as much opportunity to be engaging with communities as we think through and build out implementation plans. I think it's really important to note this is big work and it's important work and it needs to be resourced as such. I want to just talk a little bit about that quickly. As the REIT, again, our tool, internal tool, is becoming really a core part of our agency operations. We have dedicated staff capacity to support this ongoing analysis through our office. That actually includes, we are currently hiring and getting ready to interview for our first ever racial equity and inclusion strategy specialist who will work closely with staff. And we have racial equity advisors, strategic advisors, and a few of our program divisions who are all really dedicated to supporting staff, walking through each of these tools and creating spaces for staff to learn together. And I think, we continue to really welcome and proactively lean into opportunities to put in practice our learning and our consciousness raising. And the budget process, again, is just one of those really important ways that we believe that we can and we should do that. So with that, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, but I think it is my time to turn it over to Mr. Mike Savara to talk a little bit more about specific investments. Appreciate you all.
Thank you so much, Director Bunch. So great to be with you all, Chair Hall, members of the council, Director Bell, and members of the public. We are diving right in. I'm going to make sure that we can spend some time really hearing from you all during this next section as we dive into some of the discussion around what we have been up to around the budget engagement. Specifically today, I'm going to focus on the shelter engagement, and then I'll spend some time after we hear from you all and your thoughts on the budget analysis process that we've been going on for the homeless services work over the last month. So, you heard from Ms. Hernandez Mejia about the really broad levels of different engagements that the team has done over the last few months. Everything from those Project Turnkey engagements that we talked about to really hear from specific shelter operators and providers to the Spanish Town Hall to really understand how some of our partners across the state really have unique perspectives and valuable input on the process for developing this budget. I'm going to talk about some of the things that we heard from the shelter engagement specifically. And this is really just a first pass at some of the very important feedback that we got from our partners. We wanted to just kind of help you understand what we heard and then hear from you all about what some of the ideas and strategy pieces, as Director Bell mentioned, we really rely on you all as our council to help us think about that strategy, help us think about that big picture, and would love to hear more of your thoughts on how we can improve the shelter system across Oregon. So a couple things that I wanted to mention that we heard from some of the engagements as we were working with our partners is really living wages. This is something we've come back to again and again, that we know that our shelters are only as valuable as the ability of the staff who work in them day in and day out to provide the supportive services. Who if they are not able to afford working in a shelter environment through the wages that we're offering at those shelters, we are not going to have successful outcomes. So we heard a direct link between paying living wages for shelter staff and the outcomes that we are seeking. And those outcomes meaning placement into permanent housing, exits from shelter, safe stays in shelter, and really making sure that those shelters are fulfilling their purpose and supporting people experiencing homelessness. So this was a clear and consistent theme from local governments, from service providers, from culturally specific organizations, that we need to be able to pay and support the shelter operators working in these environments. Another one that we heard that's really critical for this is that wraparound services and low barrier supports do work. So this is something that the state has really emphasized this year in our shelter projects. We have been really wanting to make sure that we are funding those wraparound services, especially as part of the executive order work. We know how important it is not to just have a place to lay your head, but have a place to lay your head and the support services that someone might need, whether it's employment or behavioral health supports or just case management, or just someone that can guide you through the process of applying for all of the different services that one might need. And so this is something that we heard consistently, that if the state does not prioritize and pay for these types of services and really lean into those things, then low barrier supports also don't work. I know for myself, as someone that's worked in shelters in the past, it's really difficult to both do low barrier and not do supportive services. So both of those things are really critical, and we heard that continually from folks. Another thing that we heard here is just that the predictable and sufficient funding for shelters really helps to ensure that stability As Director Bell mentioned, we've stood up many of these projects this biennium off of only one-time funding. So there is no assurance of additional resources after this current biennium. And that the inability to plan for the future really has direct impact on shelter operators and the staff. They don't know if they will have positions or the ability to stay open after a certain date. We heard from some shelters that even said there'd be times where they didn't know if they were going to receive resources even 10 days from the next date, and they were the staff were aware, and the crisis of the funding gaps are very real for the shelter operators and subsequently for the staff and the clients as well. So I think this is a really big piece of this work, is that we need to be able to build that sufficiently funded system as well as a predictably funded system. So those are just three very basic themes that I wanted to touch on. A couple things that as we dive into hearing from more feedback from you all that I wanted to highlight. As OHCS has really sought to think about and reckon with the very persistent racial disparities that we know exist within our homeless services system, within rates of poverty and folks experiencing homelessness, we started to think about how we can deploy our outcomes-based approaches also around solving race equity issues and these disparities. And so this is something I would love for feedback from council on, and something that we're really trying to imagine and think through for shelters. As we think about outcomes, as we think about the successful shelter systems that are working, how can we make sure that we're tracking and understanding both outcomes such as exits to permanent housing, but also those outcomes by race and ethnicity, and really making sure that we're thinking about how persistent disparities show up in so many different ways across our systems, and making sure that we're able to serve folks in a really robust way and serve every Oregonian across the state. I would also just ask for folks to consider how rural needs are going to show up in these conversations. Where do shelters that serve rural regions need different outcomes or different strategies or different pieces of the puzzle to be more successful? What are some of those differences that you've seen from your community that you could share with us to help us think about those outcomes, not in a uniform way, but really to be able to target and understand the specific needs of different communities across Oregon? So that's a little bit of the discussion we're hoping to have today. And then also just if there's challenges, if there's barriers you've seen in terms of those shelters that maybe exist in your community, or things that you've heard from colleagues across the state, we are very open to hearing your feedback. These are just prompts. If you have other feedback, other pieces for us to consider around our shelter system moving forward, we are open to your feedback and your guidance. And so with that, I will see if we have any questions or feedback at this point.
Council, Mary Farrell.
This is great, and I do really appreciate the themes from engagement around living wages, low barrier in particular, and wraparound. And I guess I would just advocate sort of two like add-ons that are in the same vein as those 2 points, which to sort of also consider using language around trauma-informed low barrier supports that really aim at like moving people along the spectrum so that when they are either timing out of shelter, and I would also make my comments relevant to any housing or rapid rehousing initiatives, but when the funding concludes, whenever that is, if there is a cliff, like if I could get $1 for every time I hear people talk about funding cliffs, the reality is that from a trauma-informed best practice, and this isn't just my opinion, this is, kind of universal, at least in our country, that aligns with what are we doing to help move them towards self-sufficiency, which I get includes wraparound services that are low barrier, but the trauma-informed part is helping them be more self-sufficient by the time that they're either like timing out of shelter or any kind of rapid rehousing or long-term rental assistance types of supports are concluding, so that they are not at risk of just being back on the streets, but that we're setting them up for success to be independently housed or not living into a homeless situation in the future. So I guess like the more we can strengthen, it might, maybe it's inherently implied, but the more we can strengthen that, I think people who are the end user of these types of investments can benefit from. And then around like the living wage concept, just like I heard Director Bell say, we have to have the staff to do all of this great work or it's not going to happen. And I would say that that's true on all of these investments, not just shelter, but all the other ones, that if we don't also have capacity within the agencies who are expected at the community level to carry out the work, it also makes it really hard. And especially when funds are like one time and there isn't time to adequately plan, it creates a crunch, like where the rubber hits the road. So I just am asking you guys to think about that theme, not just at the agency level, but like then how, as these initiatives and programs get carried out at the community level, how are we also supporting that locally?
Thank you so much, Councilmember Farrell. I always appreciate your insights and on the ground feedback on that. Totally appreciate that. And we'll absolutely be able to incorporate some of that feedback. Thank you.
Chair Hall, I'm seeing 2 hands, at least on my screen. I'm
Okay,
seeing Councilmember
yes,
Lee and Lee.
Councilmember Lee first.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I just want to check in process-wise because I want to talk about the issues that Director Bell and Director Bunch were raising, not get into the specifics of shelter. So I don't know if this is the right time to do that or to let the shelter discussion happen and then we can circle back. I'm open to either way, but I just want to check process-wise. I want us to come up back to a higher level of elevation and to the previous conversations that we had.
Yeah, I might offer, Chair Hall and Councilmember Lee, I appreciate that. I might just offer that we go through each of the topics just so that you can collectively hear what we're bringing out and then see if that informs or changes what's initially coming up. But yeah, we're ready for it when today. So that's great.
Perfect.
Okay.
So with the shelter discussion, let me just say this concept of living wage, I think we should consider mandating that anyone who contracts with us must deliver a living wage, and that's totally bound by geography, or tell us why they can't, right? My experience with this, and I have a lot of it, is nonprofit organizations say we want to pay living wage. The funder finally says, yes, pay living wage. We're willing to have this contract cost more for the same or less services because we want to pay living wage. And then the contractor comes back and says, well, we can't really do it because it goes against our, some are religious faith-based organizations who say we don't pay on purpose because it's part of what people should be offering as a manifestation of their faith. I've heard that. I've heard people say, well, we can't do this because we have other funding and we can't get them to give the same agreement that you, this funder, are making. Those are all problems to be solved. They are not reasons not to expect everyone who receives funding from this organization to produce a living wage to the best of their ability with full forethought geographically. And that's the policy level. How staff would implement that or go into discussions with individual contractors or the community action agencies. But we set the policy and we move from there. We hear every time living wages are a problem for the people who are doing the work on our behalf. I think we stop talking about it, set the policy, and let people know as we go into the next year biennium conversation that get ready. This is going to be required if you take the funding from OHCS, and staff will be there to work with you to negotiate or whatever, but we just set the policy in response to the shelter piece of it. And I'll hold the rest till later.
Okay, Councilmember Meehan has been waiting, so I'll recognize her now.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thank you, Councilmember Lee, Director Bell, and thank you very much, Mike, for this presentation. I could talk about this stuff for all, we could start at 9 a.m. Okay, really, there's all kinds of great stuff here. I appreciate the fact that we're having this conversation. One of the big things that I'd like to put in there is if you want to know what's working, what's not working, you need to have people that you are serving at the table. It's a huge deal. I'm sorry, I don't have my video on. We're doing construction and my internet's unstable, so I don't like not having my video on, but that's why I don't. So that's one thing that that OCHS has been able to do with me today is like I'm a person with lived experience. I get to be at the table, and so being at the table to discuss like what's working, what's not working, that's a big one. The wraparound services, of course, are really important. The low barrier stuff, that's all good stuff. But when you don't know what the people really need, because you really haven't experienced it, it's real hard to find to troubleshoot the problems. And the trauma informed, I think that sometimes we think that some of these things, for me personally, like that's no brainer, right? I mean, like trauma informed stuff that's been a big, it is not a no brainer. We need to put that down on paper. We need to have that put in policy. Policies need to be unraveled and have some of this language in here that's really, really important, because until you've lived out on the street for a couple of years, you have no idea what kind of trauma people are experiencing. You can hear about it, you can, learn about it, but until you've done it, it is not the same. The other thing, and for successful shelters, I've done some volunteer time at shelters and heating or cooling and heating facilities there. And one of the things that a big complaint is, or a big issue is for them to be successful is like pets, like, people have dogs that keeps them safe. They're emotional support animals. And we can't house a whole shelter full of people and dogs. So how do we come around that? So those are the kinds of problems that I hear, from folks that are actually experiencing shelters. They don't feel safe. They can't bring their pets. They lose their things, So that's one of the things that I think is real important for these conversations is the people that are being affected, they have some voice in it to help problem solve. And then they take ownership too. I mean, when you bring people together in a community and we wrap around each other, people have a ownership and a lot more stake in the game. And I think that's missing in a lot of these scenarios across the board as far as affordable housing and low income and people, with disabilities and BIPOC. I mean, I feel like that they don't feel like they're really part of the conversation. And so they don't really have as much ownership into, doing what it takes. They don't feel supported and they don't really feel like anybody really cares. It's just like, Band-Aids, and that's kind of how people feel.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Really appreciate your insights and experience on this. And I so know what you're talking about in terms of just how do we make sure that the experience for people that have lived experiences or that are moving through this system are actually fulfilling the intended purpose of the investment of the policy. So really, really appreciate that. So I want to make sure we're able to kind of keep moving and keep other thoughts on shelter engagement as we move forward. But if we can go to the next slide, I will talk really quickly about the budget analysis tool. So this is definitely a little in the weeds, so I'm not going to get too much into all of the processes here, but a big part of this budget development for homeless services is to ask ourselves the question, with all of the one-time resources that we've deployed this biennium, what would it take to sustain the gains, the momentum, the households, the shelters, all of those things? What would it take to keep all the lights on, so to speak, in the next biennium? And that question is obviously a big one. There's so many different things we've done this biennium, from creating thousands of new shelter beds to making sure that we have thousands of new households that were experiencing unsheltered homeless, and now they have a home. They're inside. Making sure that those folks in those shelters have what they need in the next biennium is the full point of this process. And in a very, very short period of time, we asked our partners across the state, community action agencies, COCs, the local planning groups, and the balance of state, pretty much everyone that received one-time resources, including culturally specific organizations, to conduct an analysis of, we've given you this much money to do these things. What would it take to keep this going in the next biennium? Our partners showed up. They always do, and they did definitely for this project. They had a very short window of time to complete this. And we had a 90% response rate for folks that were able to complete this and return their products. It was a lot of work. I want to just say thank you to every partner. If you're hearing this, you're on the call. It was a lot of work. I know you worked long hours to complete this. And it was something that really informed our ability to move forward. So we're appreciative of the work that was done, and we're moving forward with this data to help inform the specifics on the next steps. So that's sort of the main message I wanted to deliver on that. And I can yield to, I believe, Director Detweiler Davey.
One quick thing before we transition, thanks for that, Director Savara, I appreciate it. Two things that I want to just sort of leave the council with or have for consideration and thinking. So first, if I'm zooming way back up to the balcony level, I think one of the considerations that we are having as we're building out the budget is both from an outcomes-based perspective and on the intersection of race equity. And as we think about where each organization is at across the state, from rural to urban communities, where can we show up as a better partner and resource to get partners ready for those things? So we assume and are operating with the intent that we are all wanting to make progress on these things. And how do we get you prepared to actually be able to deliver on that? And so that as we're setting the policy to say, this is where we're going, and we're putting money to this thing to help facilitate it, and there's also an inherent responsibility that we help get people better prepared to deliver the thing as well. And so just thinking about some of the areas where we can continue to build on where we have thus far in that piece. And then the second thing, and then I will turn it to Natasha after this, is also thinking about some of the feedback that we got during the last budget build. And one of those, particularly on some of the homeless services investments, which was, and I'll paraphrase, not speaking for our partners, which is, how is the state getting to some of these numbers? And you all are not close to it. So how are you coming up to, like, how are you fact checking these numbers from a local basis? And so one of the things, while it was certainly a big and tough exercise that our partner showed up for, this was one of the things that we wanted to open up for folks, which was, give us your best understanding on the work that you're doing, what the costs actually are. What are the costs for people? What are the costs for stuff? What are the costs for services? So that as we are working with you all in the governor's office to build out not only what goes into the budget, but at what scale, we've got a better sense of rigor around some of the costs as well. So I wanted to just add those couple things in. All right, Natasha, it's all yours.
I think she might have disconnected, Andrea. So I might jump in here if I need to. I don't know if someone else owns the slides, but I'm hoping so. If not, I can just talk. Oh, good. Okay. So affordable rental housing had two different conversations. One was on preservation and one was on permanent supportive housing. They were very well attended. We got a lot of great feedback on both of those. I think some of the information that we ask is on the slides here about what information could OHCS use to have more predictability about the full preservation need, what operational costs increases pose the greatest challenge to your portfolio, what tools would help owners be able to address significant project financial challenges, and that we know that over the past 4 years, there's been significant demands in property operations at a time of significant market volatility, rent collection changes, and operational costs increases. What factors are providing the greatest challenges for owners to sustain healthy operations for portfolio? I think we got a lot of great feedback on all of those questions. I'll summarize some of those for you now. I think predictability was a big thing, greater view of asset management and long-term property planning across the portfolio, an opportunity for alignment with existing risk rating strategies was something that our partners wanted to see. Operational costs, insurance, property management capacity, supporting changing tenant needs, budgets built decades ago that do not adequately consider the current market dynamics. which is a real issue, particularly in an escalating cost of living climate. Oftentimes these budgets are built and have no predictability on what's going to happen as markets climb and then decrease or what have you. Rent payments and financial impacts of controls around rent increases are not something that they could have predicted years ago, and I think that's having affecting our preservation properties, as well as tenant protections. Resources, they need resources to mitigate these impacts and examination of real operating costs in the market. We're hearing a lot from folks that they're just really struggling to keep their properties up. Technical assistance is needed, capacity funds to support property management and asset management work across the affordable portfolio. And many of our nonprofit organizations have redirected resources to support property operations that will continue to impact the ability of those organizations to operate and have impact long term. So these are things that we heard from our partners around preservation. Next slide, please.
And Rick,
oh, thank you. Wonderful.
Yes, I'm back online on a
Great.
hotspot, so
Okay.
fingers crossed. I think my prior slide sharing finesse might have jinxed my successful connection here. So thank you, Rick, for stepping in to talk that feedback through. I did want to just go back, to think about. There were two primary topics that ARH engaged around. This was preservation. The other one is around our supportive housing and permanent supportive housing. And I think a primary driver for engaging around those topics is that we know we have spent a lot of time, effort, and energy on the new construction, expanded supply side conversation, which is still huge and still needs to be a significant focus. But we also know that preservation and investing in a sustainable portfolio so that we can make sure to continue to operate these projects in community, or that they can be continue to operate in community for the duration, is as significant a priority so that we're not losing momentum and direction as we go. And so I think the context behind all of that, and I think as Rick just walked through, there's a lot of different sentiments of balance and operating cost struggles that we've talked about over the years at this point in time that were really resonant. As was this idea that what is it that we can do so that we can better predict and intervene and support needs? And so I think maybe with that, I'll just pause here and follow up to see what other insight or thoughts Housing Stability Council might want to add into that discussion around preservation.
Council? Seeing a thumbs up or two. So I guess just let's keep on going, keep the momentum rolling.
Right. So then we can go to our next slide. So permanent supportive housing was the other primary topic that ARH engaged around. And you can see the kind of the high level questions that we summoned up and got and engaged around. And heard lots of really incredible feedback. It's a conversation we have continued. We have our permanent supportive housing initiative right now aligned with chronic homelessness, and we have a PSH Institute that's a technical assistance and training program where we have teams of property managers, owners, service providers, and people with lived experience on teams and cohorts to get training and understand and do those project concepts together. I think one of the elements that was resonant through our engagement is that we do need to expand strategies for centering tenant voice to perform program and policy designs. While we have intentionally created roles for persons with lived experience to participate on the technical assistance cohorts aligned with projects, as we embark in ongoing policy engagement about our permanent supportive housing and other supportive housing investments, it will be important and very impactful to find opportunities to work to also be informed by tenants with lived experience. So I think that is a carry through theme from the last conversation. And so we see that these are all part of a system and that we need to prioritize those things across them. And then moving, into the challenges, I think operating cost challenges were resonant. I think we've heard a lot about this. Costs continue to rise, puts pressures on ongoing supportive services, resources, as well as rental assistances, the operating funds to be able to have sufficient resources to cover project needs. Let's see, we will be, again, increasing costs of providing services and challenges meeting budget. Insurance costs is especially challenging in permanent supportive housing projects. And we have talked about that in this space around our permanent supportive housing risk mitigation fund, which we are standing up. So that is definitely a part of that big picture that needs to be supported and maintained. We also heard a lot about opportunities for looking at cross-system alignments to expand supportive housing strategies that could serve other critical needs for supportive housing. Again, we're focusing right now on chronic homelessness, but there's really a broad variation in acuity and needs, and supportive housing is a primary piece of doing that. And we also heard that we need to be ensuring that we are providing ongoing training opportunities for property management staff beyond the upfront work that's done in that PSH cohort, in that technical assistance and training, really focused on launching the projects into success, but that there is a lot of demands on property management and a lot of turnover. And so you want to make sure that as those staff change over the years, that you have sufficient training and opportunity for those property management staff to play a part in that as well. And so I guess with that, I will say any other thoughts or insight that Housing Stability Council wants to lend into that conversation around PSH.
Apologies, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. Two comments, one comment and a question. One is, if we're going to engage with tenants in the way that we're talking about, we have to budget for compensation for that work. There is too much of us, whoever the us is, going out to ask people what they think, what they want, where they go. We take advantage of that wisdom and that expertise, and we don't compensate people for that. So I think, again, as we're talking about a budget, as we think about what these action packages, there needs to be an allowance for compensation, and perhaps it's regular compensation practices that are not only about permanent supportive housing, but in every other part of our program, when we know that that doesn't happen without asking for the resources. So just want to make a point of that. And then a question for curiosity, which isn't exactly permanent supportive housing. Are we still working, I think it's Build Oregon, with the early childhood projects and the housing projects? Is that still happening? Is that part of what we're considering as we move forward? That was just a question for curiosity. Thanks.
Yes, I thank you very much. I think that's very helpful insight. I think, yes, remembering that we need to be paying for participation in that. The Build Up Oregon is open, and so yes, we are engaging in it and continuing to support and be really excited about the work that will be creating.
So maybe very quickly here, Chair Hall, I know I fail to put my hand up formally every single time. So at some point, give me feedback on that. But maybe just some overarching, very quick overarching themes on that note. So as we continue to steward along the budget process, and we're thinking about, we know we're in a place where we need to build, and continue to invest in it. And obviously this is under the understanding that we are operating under the ORCA now, so that this is a different world in terms of moving from a competitive environment to readiness. I think one of the areas that I would, even if it's not at this moment, would appreciate council feedback on the strategy is related to your question, Councilmember Lee. I think the team has done a really sufficient job at thinking about where housing can not only build, but also so housing and permanent supportive housing and co-location of early learning, housing, and thinking about the growing needs of Oregon's aging population, housing and workforce, and so thinking about the complexity of our economy and how that is creating more compression. I think this team has done a really swell job at thinking about where we can, with our funding and resources and all the rules that there is, operate within the manner that we can affect and control, and also recognize that there is sufficient power and opportunity in that. And so I think would love council feedback around what are those other ands to build upon as well. Hope I didn't steal your thunder here, Natasha. I wanted to make sure before we left it.
No, absolutely. I think,
yeah.
I mean, yes, should have emojied to say, yes, that's exactly right. And I think, and I also, Rick is popped back on screen. I think if there's any, other update on the Build Up Oregon, Rick, that you might want to offer for interest. Or maybe it's not.
I could just quickly say that they actually they're open for business. They opened last month, I believe, and they're working with Preschool for All as well. So it's one entity, but it's really handling both grants. We had our first advisory board meeting, I believe a couple months ago, and I think we have another one next month. They're kind of refining the program itself. They've had a lot of interest. I think that they have more interest than they have money at this point, but still, still encouraging folks to apply and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's moving forward. We're really excited about it, and we're excited to see what some of those outcomes are. But it looks like there's a really lot of interest, and definitely is moving forward.
Yeah, and I think overall, I think tying back to Andrea, the places of permanent supportive housing and Preschool for All and the co-location of early learning in Build Up Oregon as the places where the real intersections of where stability is there's a roof, but that stability is broader than that, is being reflected. And I think really excited by the opportunities for impact and supports to allow folks to thrive where they live. Well, if there's no other discussion on permanent supportive housing, I think I will have the honor of handing it off to Keeble and the Homeownership Division to talk through their engagement.
The floor is
I think where
yours.
homeownership is up.
Yes, pleasure. Good afternoon, Chair Hall, esteemed members of council, and Director Bell. My name is Keeble Giscombe, and I serve as the Director of Homeownership. My pronouns are he, him, and his. This year, the ARB encompasses 5 critical investments and programs aimed at addressing racial disparity in homeownership and enabling Oregonians to build wealth. These requests will be sustain or expand several of our current programs that support Oregonians at various stages of homeownership. During our recent town hall, we were fortunate to have the participation of representatives from local governments, nonprofit developers, lenders, homeownership centers, culturally specific partners, and more. We appreciated the collective voice that were at the table to provide solution to these societal problems. In addition, we received valuable feedback, which we will present in a concise segment today. I will now turn it over to our Assistant Director, Ms. Talia Cancarvis, to provide further details on these proposals.
Thank you, Keeble. My name is Talia Concrevis. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I'm the Assistant Director of Homeownership Programs. Our ARB request this year focuses on increasing the stock of affordable homes for purchase, getting down payment assistance to home buyers who need it, and keeping people in their homes. So first, I'll talk about homeownership development briefly. Both of our homeownership development programs seek to spur greater density in urban areas, support development in rural areas, and increase housing stock in a way that is informed by local communities. So you know about our LIFT program. It's funded by Article 11Q bonds, and it funds primarily nonprofit developers using a shared equity model, such as community land trusts to build new homes for purchase. We're currently convening a working group to rethink how this program is structured. And then our second homeownership development program is HDIP, or the Homeownership Development Incubator Program, which was launched in 2023. It's funded by general funds, which enables more flexibility to incubate and fund homeownership models that meet the needs of local communities. HDIP has 4 funding categories listed here. So they supplement LIFT projects needing more subsidy. They support non-qualifying LIFT projects for new construction of affordable homes. We have a set aside for grants for tribal and sovereign nations for homeownership projects, and then pre-development and capacity building grants to support organizations in scaling up and developing more housing. Together, HDIP and LIFT have leveraged about $124 million to support the development of nearly 1,000 affordable homes across the state, and we'd like to grow this work. During our town hall, we asked participants about their development pipeline and how we could shape these offerings to better meet the needs of their community, in particular, rural and BIPOC communities. Participants responded that it's difficult to plan their pipelines when aspects of LIFT may change and the availability of HDIP funding is uncertain. Participants also had ideas about how we could better structure subsidy caps for HDIP, but are satisfied with the funding categories. To Councilmember Lee's point earlier, we would like to be more strategic about how these investments work to reduce racial disparities in homeownership rates. We're interested in hearing from council members about what other gaps you see in the homeownership housing stock, and any ideas you have for better shaping our homeownership development programs to better address homeownership disparities and gaps. So it's one of the questions we'll pose to you today, but I'll go to the next slide to just cover our other requests. Once we have homes built, we need resources to help people to afford them and stay in them. We have 2 DPA, down payment assistance requests in the ARB this year, one for DPA that pairs with OHCS lending products, which are Oregon Bond and Flex loans. And the second is for DPA that OHCS deploys to nonprofit partners that disperse the funds to community members. This specific request focuses on providing funds to culturally responsive partners and rural partners as a way of better targeting the funds where they are needed. OHCS typically administers the partner-based DPA program using revenue from document recording fees. However, document recording fee revenue has decreased steadily since 2021 due to a slowed housing market, and we don't expect to accumulate enough funds to keep this program going once our current DPA contracts expire in 2025. Yet the network of our partners and demand persists. So we are hoping to be able to continue this program with this investment in our ARB request. In 2023, using document recording fee funds and general funds for culturally responsive partners, OHCS allocated $22 million in DPA to 21 organizations across the state. This DPA was deployed quickly by our partners, some within months, showing the huge need. To date, our culturally responsive DPA has served over 100 home buyers in less than a year. And prior to distributing the funds, we updated our program framework to include eligibility, not just for first-time, but for first-generation home buyers. We've seen this make a real difference in who the program serves. 74% of the CRO funds went to first-generation homebuyers, and 63% of the funds went to people of color. So during the town hall, we heard about the immense need for down payment assistance across Oregon communities, and also how it's difficult for organizations when there's not continuity again in the program year after year. So that's why this investment is so crucial. Additionally, our current DPA administered through partners doesn't have residency restrictions, so people without a social security number are eligible. We're interested in hearing further how we can better serve this population to support their homeownership goals. If we receive this investment, OHCS will conduct extensive outreach to ensure that culturally responsive organizations throughout the state that aren't yet part of our network have access to be part of it. We'd love council's feedback related to recruiting and bringing on new community-based organizations to our DPA network to grow our reach to communities of color. So that's just one pin that I'll put in feedback from council. if you still have the energy for feedback after this long meeting. And I'll also just plug our last request, which is to sustain our foreclosure avoidance counseling program. Foreclosure prevention is an essential tool for homelessness prevention. Through foreclosure avoidance counseling, or as we call it, FAC, OHCS funds a vast network of certified foreclosure counselors who provide support to homeowners who are in danger of foreclosure. We heard from partners that with OHCS's Homeowner Assistance Fund winding down, which provides mortgage relief to homeowners, we need to maintain the strength and expertise of this safety net more than ever. So thanks for your time at the end of a long day. I'd love to hear any questions or feedback on these proposals, and then I'll pass it back to Director Bell to close us out.
Council? I'm sensing maybe a little, Council Member Lee, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair Hall. Hi, Talia. I appreciate the reference to down payment assistance that's culturally specific. And I think we've got to go even more. I think we've got to figure out a way that ties down payment assistance culturally specifically to the racial disparities in income. Right? So if we say somebody gets to have, X% of their house as down payment assistance, what we found in our work, particularly within the urban African-American community, that isn't adequate enough for households that are African-American with children to actually get in reach of being able to afford a home, that the down payment assistance has got to be much larger to address both the wealth gap, right, the generational wealth gap, but also the current income gap that's based on race and gender and all of those kinds of things. So I think we need a graduated approach to the down payment assistance that takes that into account, as well as some way in which that down payment assistance, I know we have programs where we forgive. It's really, sort of a forgivable loan that happens over time. I think that's the model we need to go to, unless someone is, unless there are extenuating circumstances, we should flip that to say every piece of down payment assistance we give needs to be understood as a forgivable loan that is not put as an additional burden onto the homeowner and blunts or compresses the amount of equity they're able to build in that first home as they go on, hopefully, to the next home or stay there and be stable. So love the down payment assistance appreciation. I know we're already doing a lot there, and I want us to go further. I want us to have a schema by which we understand that this is tied to culturally specific income disparity. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember Lee. If I might respond quickly to the first question, point taken, we will definitely consider that more and put some deep thinking into that. For the second point, all of our DPA is either provided as a grant that is just a grant, so there's no forgiveness needed, or a 5 or 10-year forgivable loan with no payments made until unless they sell the home before that period.
Yeah, I don't want them to have to pay back even when they sell the home.
All right. Are we at the end of this great presentation, Director Bell?
Yeah, well, we are formally at the end of the presentation, but I think we're now just wanting to, frankly, just hear from council more broadly on some of the prompts, but also just more broadly on budget build, on what we can do to help invigorate thinking and direction from the council around some of the more higher level strategy themes around what's going to be the backdrop for 25-27. What you heard here was sort of just a snippet of how we are looking across existing programs and trying to really upgrade and fine tune them. But would love to just hear more broadly council feedback, themes, and such.
All righty, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hall. And, a lot of times I just want to raise my hand and be like, I echo what Councilmember Lee said or Councilmember Ferrero. So that's basically what I'm doing now. But I did want to add, in terms of the emphasis on the end user, it seemed like a lot of the questions had to do with how do you measure these outcomes or measure success. And I really think that similar to the robust engagement plan that seems to be at the upfront of this, on the back end, I feel like the same thing needs to exist. It needs to be built into the budget, similar to what Councilmember Lee was saying, including compensation for all the end users or participants. And that includes the tenants, the residents, and then also the resident services coordinators, specifically in the PSH buildings and affordable housing buildings that are face-to-face with the tenants daily. I think it needs to go beyond the development teams and partners to include those employees as well. So I think that's just my biggest takeaway, but appreciate all the information. This is very informative.
All right. Councilmember Farrell.
Well, in this case, I'm going to echo Councilwoman Harris, because I actually was going to speak to, I really, and this is in the same vein of earlier comments, want to make sure we are adequately assessing and evaluating the work that we're doing. I'm seeing a lot of maintenance of efforts language being used. And I guess like we're doing maintenance of effort on something that hasn't fully been even evaluated. And again, back to the comments around lots of people use the word funding cliff. Okay, and if that's what the maintenance of effort is getting, but is it the right effort? And that's the question. And I really, again, it may not be necessarily feedback for staff, but whoever needs to hear it, that if you're going to double down on initial investments, make sure they were the right investments. So how are we evaluating that? I would love for that message to get heard by whoever's listening, but secondarily, I just also was maybe hopeful that there would start to be more conversation around direct cash transfer programs. And I know like through the YEHA funds and some other pots that those are going to possibly be allowed and piloted, which is great. But that also speaks to a lot of what other council members are saying around giving sort of the power to the people to make informed decisions that they can then control their destiny. And it's not just totally dependent on what's being provided for them through agency supports. And I guess I just think if people had more autonomy, it would be both more empowering, it would help support self-sufficiency, and in the event of, oh gee, we tried this and it didn't work, it's not money that was wasted, because that money actually made it to people and then they're making informed decisions, and it addresses racial equity and rural issues and all the other things. So that's just general feedback though, but I recognize there's a huge body of work here, and I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Excellent. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. And Councilmember Farrell opened the door for much of where I wanted to go. So thank you. I'm loving this synergy that's happening for all of us. So I have a lot of comments. Right, you're so surprised about that. And I'd like to actually invite us to come up a level of elevation, right? So appreciate all three of the divisions, all of the very specific work. There's nothing not to like or support in what we've just been presented at all. And so I want to be very clear about that. Dr. Bell, you talked to us about the difference between policy and process. And I want to just emphasize, and I can be the worst offender, the process we really leave to you, and we leave to the expertise of staff to mine their relationships with community and providers and contractors. So I guess I would just invite us, if we start to get in the process too much, that you remind us that. However, I don't think we as a council have gone deep enough at the policy level. And I think there's a moment here of opportunity that's represented by this. So we used to have, I know we still do, but we used to have a statewide housing plan. And that was really meant to be the articulation of what the agency and the council had vision for, was working towards, was our North Star and our articulation of how we saw our work. That document is probably, if not out of date, soon to be out of date, desperately in need. It was done before the pandemic, desperately in need for revision, not now. But I just want to remind us that that we are in need of that kind of high level perspective. And if we go back right to the start, Director Bell, of the priorities for the governor, and at that level, housing is one of those, right? There is education and healthcare, I think what was the other one, right? I think we all think we own housing, and I think we don't really own the housing, and yet we're the place where people, legislators and others come to say, why didn't you do that? You're in charge of housing. Part of what I think we could do in this moment is to take a bold swing at defining housing as broadly as possible. Housing that encompasses not only the racial justice and equity that we've talked about, but housing that encompasses economic justice, and housing that encompasses responses to homelessness and houselessness, and responses that address poverty, right? I'm not sure that I can say, in an elevator speech, what our theory of action is as an organization, other than do more, do as much as we can do, and do it as fast as we can possibly do it without killing ourselves and others, right? Like, that feels like for the last several years, and Director Bell, I'm sure you know this better than anybody, that's been the needs must, right? Is there a moment, and I'm not arguing that we, stop the process of developing the ad packages and all of that, for us to have that conversation. What is our theory of change, right? And I think you hear that in comments on individual projects where a number of us are saying, what about the economic conditions? What about the basic income conditions? What about, reparations or restitution for people who have been harmed? Those all start to have a very broad inclusivity around what housing is, the permanent supportive housing projects, and as you said, the housing and. That all is a definition of housing. And I would like us to push ourselves if we can, and maybe this is the responsibility of the council, to figure out what that broad definition is and to articulate what our theory of change is. Because I think once we do that, it will push us to look across all three divisions in a more holistic manner. Right? If our theory of change is housing is defined like this, and we do these things to make it happen, then we're able to look across the divisions and say, what part of every division needs to be in service to that component of housing and that component of our theory of change? And I think we just haven't had the opportunity to do enough of that, with the exception of the work that Director Bunch and the racial equity pieces that have been happening. And that's still, a work in progress. We've understood this now, I think, from a racial justice perspective. We need to understand it in terms of program, investment, and all of those things. It would be great, and I think you probably do, if you have a rubric in determining how any package meets or doesn't, right? I mean, I think everything can meet all of the requirements of the funding choices that you're making. Not because I think you need to defend anything, but it might help both the council and the public, our community, understand we can't, just as you said, we can't fund everything. Everything that came in the pandemic is not coming back. And here's how we made those choices. I assume that you're doing that, and sharing that with folks would be really great. In that, I noticed a couple times people, the document said, we want to fund things that are high priority, and we want to expand things that are high priority. We got to define what high priority means. And from my perspective, high priority means, it could mean a lot of things. For instance, what Councilmember Farrell was talking about, have we evaluated it? Do we have data? Do we have at least there's never enough data, but do we at least have an understanding about what we think is happening here and how it's impacting and influencing on our ultimate vision and our theory of change? Certainly, racial justice and equity has to be centered in that definition of what's high priority work to continue and to expand. I also want to say something about this concept of helping people get ready. I think when we're talking about new initiative, for instance, we're going to require every contractor with us to focus on a living wage. That's new requirement that we should offer a lot of technical assistance and support for people to do, because that's a trajectory, it's a big change, and we should invest in that. When we are asking our partners to actually evidence and perform work that centers racial justice and equity, I become a lot less interested in us investing in technical assistance. There is no organization in this state, I'm going to make maybe a bold-faced statement, there's no organization in the state that doesn't understand our value and priority and requirement to do that work. So acting as if, oh, you just didn't know and now we're going to help you do that, that's not a good use of our investment. So I want us to be discerning about where and how we offer technical assistance versus where and how we offer accountability to particularly our existing partners who have heard this for many years, have told us they're doing it, and then when we come back around and say how'd it go, we're hearing less than helpful feedback. So I wanted to offer that. Let's see. Finally, I just have a question about, and this is a question for curiosity, this is not the high level thing that I've been talking about. We often had a lot of briefing on what it meant to be a housing finance agency. And there was a lot of strategery that was around that. And we had a lot of goals and places. And as it should have, it went to the bottom of the priority base. But I wonder about that strategy and where we're at with it, mostly because it was offered to the council as a means by which some of this up and down of income and resource and who's funding what could be flat, if not flattened, sort of maybe the hills and the valleys are a little less deep. So as we face this moment where there was significant new resource that was one time only, that we potentially built, things that have to go past this moment, I wonder about the FHA piece of this and whether, and I'm fine to hear, and it doesn't have to be now, I'm fine to hear, nope, that went, you know, that's gone and it's not going to work. But that's something I'm curious about as we think about not everything's going to get funded again. Not everything should be funded again. And there's got to be some new things funded in service to our high level and broadest definition, including income, equity, all of that, to what is housing. And what is the role of housing for this organization, where we're driving to. So I know that was a lot. I'm thrilled that we're having this discussion. And I don't remember who said it, like you could have it all day. Oh, Mary, you said, I could have this discussion all day, every day. I could have this budget discussion all day, every day. And I'm so appreciative that we're doing it now. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I really, really appreciate that. I might offer a few things, Chair Hall, if it is okay now, and then I'll yield to just my colleagues here since I think I'm reading that this is open generative conversation here. So I think let's just do that. So this is really great. Thank you for the specificity. Thank you for the summonsing up, not only in terms of continuing to challenge so that we can continue to continue growing as an agency to advance the things we want to do, and also do so in a way that is practical in the operational opportunities of the budget. So this is all great. So maybe what I'll offer is a few things, both directly to some of those comments, but also just for the council to consider as we're navigating the budget process, some initial ideas and thoughts to build on. So one is, one of the kind of things I think could be really important to help shape it is, I want to make sure that there is collective understanding when we say progress, that there's progress from what. And one of the ways I think that might be a benefit to anchor that is to also have some collective dialogue around the achievements that came from the statewide housing plan. Where are we at with that? So we have a recent reporting on that. And so I think it's one thing to put it in front of council. I think it's a different thing to really talk through it. And so that would be one place that I would feel would be really valuable and important to start from, so that we can brief the council and orient you all not only to, here's what we said we were going to do, and then this is how we fared, but then also here are the other things that we didn't plan for along the way that actually we picked up and did, and we learned and we kept it, and we want to keep it going, and we didn't even contemplate for it, or frankly didn't even think it would be possible in the government entity in the government sort of setting to do it, and we were able to do it. So that would be one thing that I think we would propose to come back to council, not wanting to get ahead, Chair Hall, of making the agenda, but that might be one thing for next month that we could bring in short order. So that's thing one. The other thing is, you are right, Councilmember Lee, that I think we have a lot of folks, certainly our governor, and the members of the legislature that care a lot about housing, both for their respective constituency and the communities they serve. But I think by and large, I think everybody is hearing from, not everybody, but a lot of people are hearing all the ways that it is manifesting. People who, teachers and firefighters, folks that felt like I followed the course of action and I should not be in this situation, and I am. Everyday folks that are trying to go to school and get their kids shuffled on to where they need to and find out not only is there not enough daycare, I can't even afford it and can't afford to fill up my tank. And then my living wage, like just the realities, I think that is I would like to believe, maybe I'm summoning our best selves. I would like to believe we don't have to agree on everything, but from a housing perspective, we can be quite aligned. Nobody wants people struggling to get by. So I will just, on behalf of our collective values as a state of Oregon, I'll just assume that is the operating place. So you are right. And while I think that means there's a lot of folks interested in how we come to make decisions, I think it's also a really great opportunity to lay out a course of action that everybody can be part of. And so I think there's an opportunity with that. As part of that, what you described as a theory of change and how we are defining housing and who we are in this, one of the things I feel like we could do in pretty short order is also give words to what is our orientation with the 25-27 budget, like put words to it. And like in a practical sense, my hope for us would be that is if someone asked Councilmember Farrell, Councilmember DeFontorum, or Chair Talia, what is our collective goal going into the 25-27 budget, that we would be able to relatively pull from the same content to describe it. And the statewide housing plan, while it did a lot of great things and, also open to critique in the things that it didn't do, what it did give us is the same sort of verbiage and wording on what we were trying to get done. And so that is something that I can sign ourselves up for at least maybe starting to put some words to that and seeing where our council might want to take it and run with it and give us feedback to it so that we can use that as an anchor. And as part of setting that anchor, maybe also offer some some specificity in this is how we're looking to advance that in the budget process. Again, so this is a question for and a decision for the council. You're likely not going to have the time and or review every single pop and every single facet of the budget. But our hope is that we can both put words to 25-27 budget that we are all aligned and behind, and then give some very specific examples of where existing programs we're going to seek to move into under that anchor. And for things that have been with us for a while, here's where we're doing fine tuning. Here's a policy that exists and it's doing fine, but this is where it needs to shift. And in the case where there's something new, here's why there's something new, because we're seeing a gap in a certain place. And if that gap persists, this is where it continues to create harm, and we don't want to consciously do that. And if there's fiscal availability, here's why. Here's the why and where, so that there are clear points and examples where the council can see here's our anchor for the budget, and then this is what this means in a practical sense, as opposed to trying to tackle the entirety of the 25-27 budget. So that might be one way, not the way, but one way that I would propose, and we could get that started to at least get it in front of the council for a July conversation. And then to the other point that was made around the rubric for decision making, I also think is part of that, and this is one of the things we proposed and wanted to do anyway, and I believe have alignment from the governor's team on this in the budget build, is also, and this is can be a little bit detailed, but also I think it allows us to collectively go through an exercise together of, here is one example of a policy option package, a program that exists under this anchor. This is the current state of it under this environment. This is what we're proposing for it to do different and look different. And then these are the outcomes, both in terms of race equity and other outcomes that we are layering on top of this thing, so that when we essentially need to get to place to making some decisions that are within our ability to affect, there's some insight and understanding on how close some of these things that we want to do come to allowing us to actually do within the fiscal environment that exists, but also within the alignment of what we believe this budget needs to do to continue on in that progress. So again, we don't need to make any decisions now, although sooner than later would be great, because then we can propose and get some of these things moving. But I'll just offer that and see if any of my colleagues have initial thoughts, or if the council has thoughts, feedback, including it's a horrible idea. I'm also happy to take that.
Council. Come on, this is not usually a silent group.
I can read that into so many ways, Chair Hall.
I was going to say, yeah, you dazzled us into momentary silence, which is hard to do with this gang. Councilmember Lee.
Director Bell, that sounds dreamy. That sounds amazing. I'm thrilled with that offering. And the only piece that I would add is circling back to this idea of you're already well staffed, you're already overcome. I think that has got to be our job as the council to run point on that for you and for the organization, right? No one's ever going to hear from the director of a department that they're underfunded, they need more people. No legislator's going to hear that. However, we're appointed to be able to take that role on. So Chair Hall, I don't know what this looks like, and certainly we will be guided by Director Bell and the legislative advisors, all of that, but we've got to figure out what our strategy is to both communicate with the governor and with the legislature when it is appropriate and timely, just what we see and what we know, having been so closely engaged in the work of this organization. And it can't be that the department has to go and kind of, plead their case without us as the community and the people charged by the governor and the legislature that appointed all of us to hear from us to say, look, we've looked at this and you want these things to happen. They can't deliver without this kind of infrastructure, without this kind of support. And that is a place that I feel strongly is absolutely our responsibility. And I want us to lean heavily into that. So sounds dreamy, and I'm up for it. And then we got to take care of our pieces on the infrastructure.
Yep.
Excellent. Anybody else? Councilmember Rodriguez, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I just want to take a moment to share my appreciation, Director Bell, for all of your staff that has undertaken a huge undertaking of work. I am part of all of this stuff going on, and I'm all actively engaged in everything. Mike, I have, a lot of white hair thanks to the engagement processes that we've had to have, but I just want to share my much appreciation for your staff that has done a lot of engagement with a lot of community service partners. I've been in my agency for almost 12 years, and I really felt like rural communities were not being paid attention to. And now I can actually see the direction that OHCS is heading towards to actually be inclusive of all communities that are in the state of Oregon. So I just want to give kudos to your team that they have done a lot of hard work, rapid hard work. And I look forward to just continuing on this big process with housing in the future.
Yep, I appreciate that, Councilmember Rodriguez, and it's been a long meeting and no need to let it wither with emotions, I think, towards the end of this, but I am lucky. We are lucky. I am kind of crazy about them, and this is, they are. I couldn't think of a better bunch, and this is just a few of them here, so I appreciate that just acknowledgement.
All right, I think we are going for a stop no later than 2, correct? And it's about 8 minutes before that, so I'll just ask maybe council first, any final parting thoughts, words of wisdom to guide us as we, next time we see each other, it'll be summer. Wow, how about that? Director Bell, you've given us a lot of wise words of guidance and advice. Do you have any more, or are we out for today?
Oh, you're, I appreciate that, Chair Hall. Have low expectations. No, I'm joking. I just appreciate the vigorous conversation today, both on this topic and all of them today. I mean, there's so much I could say, but just, you know, to this council, I think thank you for continuing to hold the vision. Thank you for growing with us, both in just the aspirational way in which we see ourselves. And before I forget, Councilmember Lee, the financial institution piece is not gone, and we have not forgotten about it. And so I do think it's a really important piece. And just as a synopsis, I think we had a brief conversation some years ago in person around where we saw ourselves as being underutilized as a housing finance institution, and the way that we can better use the inherent resources and the posture of being an HFA and purpose to the things that we need to do and that we want to do anyway. And so so that isn't gone, and I think 25-27 will provide an opportunity for that to be reemerged. But yeah, just appreciation for the council. I think Chair Hall, we have our work cut out for us for follow-up, so that in the July meeting we can bring this conversation back based on the direction received today.
Okay, well, I'll be looking forward to that, I'm sure. And with that, I'm going to declare the June 2024 meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council adjourned. Have a great June. We'll see you all in July.